Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us here live on YouTube at Commentary Corner. We are at the first round of the IMC Championship here at Notts Corner. And sun's shining, the bikes are out. What more could you ask for? First leg of qualifying then. They're out with the OHA Motorsport Stock 140. This is Group 2. So they've completed about 3 laps or so. And Ryan Glasgow is on top at the minute. Of course, everything can change with that. Yesterday we were live for round 2 of the Ulster Superbike Championship at Bishop's Court. And it was a great day as well. The weather was very kind to us, and the racing was great. So a bit more of that action today with the mini bikes, the stars of the future. And of course we have a few vets out here as well, a few retirees from the superbike days. So a full mixture of machines and a full mixture of riders to keep an eye on today. So the Stock 140 Group 2, topping the timing screens at the minute is Ryan Glasgow, Bailey Moore in second, and we have Corey McDonald. Chaz King has just dropped to fourth there. So Corey McDonald jumping over the number 76 machine. Colin Rooney in 5th. Dylan Wardy in 6th. 7th is David Wardy. So I'm sure them two will be at it neck and neck in the racing later on. Of course, it'll not be long before the racing begins. The IMC run a real tight ship here, and always a fantastic day's racing. And I just love the way they use what I would call the conveyor belt system. So the bikes, as they're coming in to the paddock, the next set of machines are heading out onto the track already. So a checker flag out in this one, and it was Glasgow who topped it from Bailey Moore, Corey McDonald, Chaz King, 5th Colin Rooney, Dylan Wardy in 6th, 7th David Wardy, 8th Conor Murphy, 9th Ryan Russell, 10th is Adam Hara, Darren McFettridge then in 11th. He's already across the line and back in the paddock to relax himself. 12th was Samuel Craig, Christopher Carey 8th, 14th Conor Murphy, 9th Paul Ryan Russell, 16th 10th is Adam Robertson, 17th Joseph Logan, Andy Hamilton in McFettridge then in 11th. He's already across the line and back in the paddock. Group 1 is going out relax himself. 12th was Samuel Craig, Christopher Carey 8th, 14th Conor Murphy, 9th Paul Ryan Russell, 16th 10th is Adam Robertson, 17th Joseph Logan, Andy Hamilton in McFettridge then in 11th. He's already across the line and back in the paddock. Group 1 is going out relax himself. 12th was Samuel Craig, Christopher Carey 8th, 14th Conor Murphy, 9th Paul Ryan Russell, 16th 10th is Adam Robertson, 17th Joseph Logan, Andy Hamilton in McFettridge then in 11th. He's already across the line and back in the paddock. Group 1 is going out relax himself. 12th was Samuel Craig, Christopher Carey 8th, 14th Conor Murphy, 9th Paul Ryan Russell, 16th 10th is Adam Robertson, 17th Joseph Logan, Andy Hamilton in McFettridge then. So the Group 1 out on track now. See, nearly an incident there straight away. You can see how many machines are out here, and it'll be like a freight train coming round. So Group 1, you'll see they'll be slightly faster than Group 2. I think Scott Clements is one of the riders out there in this one. But we'll know better once they cross the line. Scott Clements riding this season in the Ulster Superbike Championship on an R1 Yamaha, previously riding the R6, the wee 600 that he had. So we're at the top of the hill. Quite a tricky section, slightly off camber, especially on the exit, and then run down the hill into the horseshoe section. Tight right-hander, sort of comes back on itself, and it's the longest left-hander in history. You feel like you're banked over for hours, then get the power on and flat out onto the start and finish straight again. So Luke Johnson, another top contender here in this class. You see he's really fast straight out of the blocks. See Lee Hara as well, number 97 machine, competing in the Road Race Championship this season. Josh Ray out for a rerun. Josh started the Mini Moto Championship last season, and previously he came from a motocross background. So he's just heading up the hill now, and group behind him. So Josh will be blowing the cobwebs off today. I'm looking forward to a full season in the IMC. He just rounds the top corner there. Josh Ray, a cousin of Johnny Ray. So the racing is truly in his blood. Adam Cheshire there, number 74. You see a timing screen just skipping and jumping the names, bouncing up and down, so it'll take him a wee while to settle himself, but at the minute you'll see Luke Johnson. We expected that, so Luke Johnson on top as he crosses the line. At the minute, 102.9. Jack Moore in second, 104.8. So Luke Johnson really biting the bars at the minute. We'll keep an eye on him just to see. He's got a wee bit of traffic ahead of him, but I'm sure that won't bother him much as he rounds turn one. Again, this tricky right-hander. You can see how bumpy the right-hander just down below us here, how bumpy it is on the exit. Obviously the karts, the track is primarily used for the kart racing. And the Eastwood's running Nuts Corner at the minute, so they're quite busy during the week and most weekends. Colin Moore second, third Jack Moore. Lee Hara up into fourth place now. Kyle Craig in fifth. Sixth is Lennon Neville. Seventh is Michael McAllister. Yannick Simpson in eighth. Dale Gordon ninth. 10th is Matty Brown. So plenty of riders out here. Just over 25 out on track at the minute. So it is a busy track. Lee Johnson, let's see here. Lee Hara, apologies. So fourth, 105.7. So his lap time starting to come down now. And he's just starting to get into the swing of things. Old gaggle riders coming through here. Lee Hara just ahead, or just at the back of that group. So that last lap of Lee's was a 106.0, so he's hitting a bit of traffic as well. Let's see, number 39 machine away through. Number 13, that's Finn O'Neill. So Finn O'Neill riding round the outside there. Again, just trying to get that wee bit of free track. That's what you need to get the qualifying times down. See the NRG leathers there. Didn't quite catch the number. I think that was Kelly. NRG leathers. There's actually a few leather companies actually struggling to get leather because of this, of what's going on in Iran and whatnot. So it's not only affecting oil and fuel prices. It's actually affecting leathers, and a lot of riders, even in the BSB paddock, they haven't got their leathers yet because of what's going on. So Luke Johnson still topping the screens at the minute. Colin Moore second, third. Jack Moore holding on to that third place. Kaya Craig again hasn't been able to better his time there at 105.3, but Lee Hara close in behind at 105.4, but again just hitting a lot of traffic, and it is difficult to get the times when you're dicing with other riders and trying to get past. You can't get that apex just right. So Finn O'Neill across the line there, the number 13 machine, but Luke Johnson on pole from Colin Moore, Jack Moore, Kaya Craig in fourth. Fifth Lee Harris, sixth Josh Ray. It's a good run, first run there for Josh. Seventh Lennon Neville. Eighth Yannick Simpson. Ninth is Lewis Craig. Or Michael McAllister just across the line, so he steals ninth place there. So the Stock 140 Group 1 back in the paddock now. So we're looking at the Junior Elite class. So the Junior Elite does exactly what it says on the tin. They are the elite, and they are very fast indeed. So last season in this class there was quite a few hold your breath moments, should we say. A slightly depleted grid this season, but the paddock itself, there is over 100 entries, which is fantastic for the club. It's great to get the word out there as well. So the machines beginning the first of their qualifying laps. 39 through there. Again, you can see just scrubbing the tyres up, trying to get some heat in them tyres. A lot of these machines, they don't actually use tyre warmers because it's about half a lap. There'll be plenty of heat in them, but a lot of riders prefer having the tyre warmers just to get that wee bit of extra confidence on the bikes. Especially for the first time out. It is a wee bit cooler today, although the sun is shining. The track temperature will take a wee bit for it to warm up. At the minute it is just 11:30, so again, there's plenty of time, and fingers crossed the sun does shine the rest of the day. Harry Birch third. Just waiting for the timing screens to sort themselves out. Get some times on the board. Again, just look at them times from Luke Johnson, a 102. Second place, 2 seconds off the pace. Nearly 2 seconds off the pace, a 103.9. So, got a wee bit of work to do there. So the number 198 in this class, that's Michael Smith. Fastest at the minute from Zach Turkington. Derek Caulfield in third, fourth Isaac Finnerty, and Mark Kennedy in fifth. So here comes Zach then, tipping into this fast right-hander. A bit of a slide on there for Zach. Number 18 machine, and you can see he is starting to push now, so he goes fastest at the minute, a 108.1. Oh, he does Michael Smith across the line. He goes faster again, steals that pole from Zach Turkington at the minute. Let's see, number 39, 36 away through there, Derek Caulfield. Caulfield at the minute is in fourth there, a 112.5 for Caulfield. Again, a bit of work to do there to get anywhere near the leaders. Michael Smith, a 108.1 for Smith at the minute. Turkington through the horseshoe. Again, using as much lean angle as he can out on the start and finish. Doesn't look like he's pushing as hard as what he was in the previous lap. Down across the line, we can see what he's doing there. It was slightly slower that time, a 108.3 compared to a 108.1, so it's not far away. Targeting riding for the Boss E team this season. So Eva Mullen running a tight ship as well at the minute. He's Sack targeting again, just moving about. So they've got quite a few riders. They have Sack targeting, Harry Birch, Katie Clint, William Graham, and we'll see them all out later on. Ahern and Leon Simpson as well. So they've got plenty of riders. I joked earlier, do you want me to get my leathers on as well? Because you've already got half the paddock. I don't think I can bend my knees that high anymore. Targeting across the line again. Faster again, 107.9, but it's Michael Smith who's dominating the minute at 107.2. You can see the lap time starting to plummet as the tyres get warmer. And just in time too for the checkered flag. So Smith across the line there at 106.7. So Sack Turgeon has one more chance to do something. He's still pushing around the track on this last lap. So hopefully a wee bit of movement from the back wheel there too. Isaac Finnerty as well up into third place, a 109.9 for Finnerty. Derek Caulfield still not fourth, 111.3. Mark Kennedy fifth, a 113.6. Now I'm not sure whether did Sack maybe was he already presented with the checkered flag? We'll see whenever he crosses the line here. He's still pushing. He thinks he's got another chance here at it, and he did have another chance. Wow! A 52-second lap for Sack. Just need confirmation on that maybe, but let me see. I think he might have just went straight on somewhere, but that would have been a phenomenal lap from Zach Turkington. So the Bam Bam machines then. See the Bam Bam machines out. Love this wee class. The Bam Bams have a fantastic field this season. Once again, you can start racing these bikes at 6 years old as they make their way through. In through that horseshoe. Back out the other side. You can see the pace they have already is fantastic. And there's one thing I always do say, it's one thing I do enjoy watching them progress, watching them grow up. There's that right-hander, a tricky right-hander there, and then into this long right-hander just down below us here in the commentary box. So that's Mike Finnerty in through the infield. You can see how that tightens there as well, and back out. And then they make the long climb up the hill. That's one of the bossy riders just in behind him, Harry Birch. So Harry Birch, always smiling. Oh, a bit wide there from Finnerty just on the exit. And then entering that horseshoe again. back out. You can see how long they're banked over on that left-hand side of the tyre. And they have to be careful as well, because then that right-hander coming on the start and finish, it's very fast indeed. Flat out in one of these machines. So you have to be aware of just that right-hand side being a wee bit cooler. But of course, they get plenty of heat around here then. So at the minute, it is Mike Fennerty fastest from Harry Birch, Luke Fay and Harper Graham. Harper and Rihanna Graham, Jagger Graham. All the Grahams out here today. Katie Clint then. Katie Clint on the Boss E machine as well. That's good, yeah. So Katie Clint in that 9th place at the minute, 127.1. Cruz Lennon just ahead of her, number 55 at 126.9, so not far off the times. Jax Cunningham in 10th. Pablo Culligan sporting the number 1 plate this weekend in 11th at 141.3. Then we have Ocean Donnelly in 12th at 151.0. Again, Ocean Donnelly getting the swing of things nicely in this Bam Bam class. A lot of newcomers this season. Just riders briefing, just heard in passing. There's plenty of newcomers, but with over 100 entries this weekend, you wouldn't expect any less. So the parents and the guardians out in the middle of the track, just keeping a close eye on their rider. 66 there, Katie Clint, a 126.4 now. That was her personal best so far. Still holding on to that 8th place. Jagger Graham in 7th. But Mike Fennerty still fastest with a 112.1. Harry Birch slightly off pace, 116.3. See, Harry Birch's last lap was a 116.9. Pretty well spread out, so we don't have to worry about any traffic or getting caught up with each other. Lovely style there from Harry Birch as he rounds that first right-hander. Just getting his knee down. That was a 116.3, was his fastest. Still as a 117 that time. Slightly slower, but he's got a clear road ahead of him now. He doesn't have to worry about trying to get past anybody. Harper J. Graham going well in that 4th place, a 118.1. Rihanna Graham just across the line then. And Jagger Graham, Katie Clint just in behind. Chasing Jagger. Archie Eastwood, Cruz Lennon, and Mike Fennerty on a charge as well. So across the line, they get the checkered flag. Next up is the Senior Open for their qualifying session. So the Senior Open, and that will be followed by the Junior Gearbox. And then we were talking about the vets earlier on, so the stock vets, the Sam Harrison Memorial stock vets will be out after the Junior Gearbox. And then the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP. And then we're into the first race already. Like I was saying, it's just a conveyor belt of machines constantly out on track. The guardians, the parents, making their way back to the paddock for a debrief with their rider. Pablo Culligan going very well there, up into 11th place then, at 138.1 for Pablo, with Mike Fennerly topping from Harry Birch and Luke Fay. So Senior Open out on track. First practice earlier on, it was free practice was red flag. There was a wee bit of a slip off at the top of the track. They got it red up pretty quickly, and the rider back to the paddock. So in these things, they are fast. And you might be low to the ground, but they still hurt whenever you hit the ground. So first machine going across the line now. And that's in the shape of Gareth Morrell. So Gareth Morrell will be looking, former Supersport Cup champion, of course. And he's opted to continue the IMC Championship. He really enjoys it. Ruben Sherman Boyd there in second. Ruben Sherman Boyd had 2 wins yesterday in the lightweight Supersport class on his 400 Kawasaki. He's really dominating that class this year. And of course, he'll be looking to dominate today as well. But he's got stiff competition with Gareth Morrell, Alfie Flynn as well. Alfie Flynn had a good run out yesterday on the Moto 3. Again, 2 wins for Alfie. So they're coming off a real high and a lot of confidence today. We're looking forward to seeing how them fare out. Gareth Morrell across the line then. We're just waiting then. Ruben Sherman Boyd, slightly slower there, a 1 minute point 5. Gareth Morrell, a 1 minute point 3. So Gareth fastest at the minute. Noah Holmes across the line there as well. He's third. Third fastest at 102.5. Keep an eye on Noah Holmes. We actually had a chat with Noah Holmes. He was on the podcast. So that'll be going out today at 3 o'clock. So Noah, I had some crack with Noah and Kia McGreevy, Corey's brother, wiser brother. Some might say slightly faster brother. I don't know whether he'll like me saying that or not. But there we go. So that podcast will be out on YouTube and all your favourite podcast platforms at 3 o'clock today. So Ruben Sherman Boyd then, as expected, he has hit the top, but just about there, 59.5. Gareth Morrell at 59.8. Noah Holmes a 101.6. Alfie Flynn in fourth with a 102.4. And Mitchell McNeil coming off the Tyanda yesterday. Again, another rider, 2 wins for Mitchell McNeil yesterday. So a lot of competition. A lot of top names in this class coming from the Ulster Superbike Championship. Christopher McCallan, 5th on the 49 machine. He rounds this right-hander here. Lovely set of leathers there too. You wouldn't miss him. Mark Malone, Gareth Morrell then just in behind. Gareth Morrell, trying to go around the outside of Malone. Again, it's going to ruin his qualifying lap, no doubt. They slipped off. He just tried to go around the outside and nip up the inside, but he's ended up, well, upside down. The 2 riders are up and okay. Just have a look. There was Mark Malone and Gareth Morrell there, so the 2 collided going in that left-hander in the infield of the track. But they're alright. Gareth trying to get his machine started again. Struggling, kickstart of course, struggling to get that thing going. Number 34 machine, way through. So that's Joe Holmes. Ocean McGirl, number 38, just in behind with Christopher McCallion. Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line. Faster again there for Ruben Sherman Boyd. A 59.5. So Gareth Morrell, I don't think he's going to get... Oh, he did get going again. So Morrell got that machine going again. He's going to have to give himself a wee bit of a shake. He's only got a... Maybe... Oh, well, there's only 55 seconds left of this session. I think the checker flag is being ready now. So the next machine's up. The next machines are in the holding area at the minute. We'll just have a wee nosy. The junior gearbox. So junior gearbox. You can hear them revving there in the background. And that'll be followed by the Mini GP just before we go into the racing. But it's Ruben Sherman Boyd fastest with a 59.5. Gareth Morrell second at 59.8. Sean O'Neill in third with a 101.2. Noah Holmes demoted to fourth place in that last lap with 101.3. Although that was his personal best time there in qualifying. Alfie Flynn just across the line there now, a 102.3. Christopher McCallion in sixth, a 103.5. Mitchell McNeil seventh, a 105.2. Ocean McGirl in eighth with a 106.3. And Mark Malone ninth. Kenzie Kerr in 10th, and Joe Holmes in 11th. See our Gareth just having a wee chat with the marshal. Doesn't look too bad, he looks alright, looks happy enough. So it's the Mini GPs up next. Out on track. And again, this is a fast class. It's one of the classes that is getting more popular each year. See around that. Making their way through the top half of the track, and again just nipping into that horseshoe bend. You can see how much it tightens on the riders on the entrance, and it's quite fast entry. You can't really tell with the camera or even looking at it, but that hill, it is pretty steep. So Jake Todd then. Jake Todd is one to watch in this one. Very competitive, very fast rider indeed. And he's got out of the blocks pretty quickly here as well, so as he starts his first qualifying lap, it'll be a difficult one to hold on to. Jake Todd, a bit young yet to be entered in the Ulster Superbike Championship, but we're looking forward to see, and hopefully they do join the championship. But at the same time, he could be going further afield, of course. Very, very talented young man indeed. So coming on the front straight again, going to cross the line, start to put some times on the board then. Jake Todd then across the line, a 108.4 for Toddy. So he's put down a good lap straight away there. Sonny Nape, a 114.3 for Sonny Nape. Casey Hogg Rogan, a 113.7. So Casey slipping into second place straight away. See what he can do with that. Callum Fay, fourth, a 116.8. Again, wants to start to sort of break up a wee bit. We'll start seeing true times on the board. Cooper Cahoon there, 5th at the minute, the number 72 machine. 1:16.9. Hughie Madden 6th with a 1:18.7. Taylor Moore 7th, a 1:19.2. Ariana Rose Lennon in 8th, a 1:23.8. William Ahern, a 1:36.1 in 9th. Sophie Doherty out there as well. Just keep a close eye. Hasn't crossed the line just yet. Might have been an issue with that machine, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Sonny Nape across the line again. Slightly slower that time. 1:14.3 for Sonny Nape. So that's his best time. There's Sophie Doherty then across the line, a 1:54.1 for Sophie. Again, newcomer this season. And it will take a wee bit to get used to. Especially a track like this. It is so fast flowing. There's 3 of them heading up the hill there, just battling it out. I think that's actually, oh, big move there up at the top corner. I think that's actually Jake Todd they were chasing. There's Todd now round the right-hander, heading back in lane field. That was a 1:07.9 that time for Jake. Faster again, doesn't seem to be slowing any, and he's now out on track by himself, so he's got a clear road ahead of him. Lovely smooth lines, hitting each apex perfectly. That's exactly what you need. Sonny Nape as well. He's now got through the traffic. So Sonny Nape up into 3rd, a 1:12.3. Not far off Casey Rogan's time, a 1:12.1 for Casey in 2nd place. Callum Fay 4th, Cooper Cahoon 5th. See, Cooper's best time, a 1:14.5. That time round, a 1:14.6. So very consistent. Cooper competing, another competitor in the Ulster Superbike Championship, in the Moto 1 class on a Tyanda machine for the Wood Academy. Now, a few issues with that machine. Unfortunately, he had an incident yesterday. I think another rider clipped him, and down they went. So it only got, I think, well, half a race done. Unfortunately, that was his weekend finished with. So Jake Todd on top at 1:07.9 as the checker flag goes out. Casey Hogg Rogan 2nd, 1:11.3. Sonny Nape in 3rd with a 1:11.8. Callum Fay in 4th with 1:13.4. Cooper Coon just across the line there in 5th with a 1:14.5. Then we'll have Hughie Madden in 6th, 7th. Taylor Moore, Ayana Rose Lennon in 8th. William Ahern in 9th. And Sophie Doherty in 10th. So it's time to go racing then. With the OHA Motorsport. So we'll do a lap, well, half a lap out on the start and finish, and then they'll begin their race. Way to go out onto the track then. We're heading up the top half of the track. They're going to start make their way to their grip positions. Just having a wee look here. They're actually, I think, going for, this is the timing screen, just trying to sort themselves out here. So we'll be starting the racing pretty soon, after another couple of groups. So this is looking at the schedule there. I think this is actually the stock vets that are out at the minute. Just looking at the timing screen, it was the stock 140 Group 1 that was up on the screen, but I think this is the stock vets for their qualifying session. It is indeed. So there's Josh Ray heading out. So just jumping ahead of ourselves here. So it was Junior Gearbox and then Stock Vets and Junior Mini GP. So the Stock Vets just finishing. This is their second qualifying session. Of course, they had time practice first thing this morning. Just moving on then for their time qualifying session. So it's Colin Moore then on a charge at the minute from Chaz King. Neil Johnson across the line in third. Number 32 machine. Frank Davies, Colin Rooney, Mark Dagger together. Round the horseshoe again, back out on the start and finish. So again, this is another class where a lot of the riders would have competed, whether it be road racing or short circuit racing. 79 machine there, Frank Davies, just ahead of that group. Whoa, he was running a wee bit wide there. Make that long climb up the hill, round that right-hander, and this is actually, there's a bit of a dip here. So some of the riders, you'll probably see some of the photographs throughout the IMC social medias. And some of the bikes are actually leaving the ground. So they do hit that with quite some pace. Long left-hander then out on the start and finish. And across the line. See lovely colours with these machines. And it's actually Luke Johnson's out here racing as well, and you can tell a lot of his machines, he loves the luminous, the bright luminous colours, and that's why a lot of people go to them. Marty Lennon as well. I was up at Marty Lennon's house a few weeks ago and he was prepping some of the machines. He does a lot of the sticker work as well for these bikes. Josh Ray there, just nipping up the inside. Again, just trying to get a clear road for this qualifying session. So the machine's coming back into the paddock. The Mini GP machine's ready to go out, and then we'll go racing. Guys, don't forget to get involved in the live chat throughout the day. We'll have a wee bit of crack. There's the Mini GP machines heading out now. Colin Moore, Chaz King, Neil Johnson, all out in that last group. Heading in. Peter McMahon. Best wishes to all the IMC races today. Ko Chang in Thailand. Lucky for some, Pete. Thanks very much for watching. Shout out to Casey Hogg Rogan. Casey has had a real good start today. So just sorting the paperwork out here. And too much paperwork. I've 3 laptops going, a timing screen. Again, there's a lot going on, but we'll get it all settled after practice. Mini GP bikes in. Ben Finnerty, Louis Craig, Leon Simpson, Charlie Forrester, Hugh McDowell, Boyd Knight, Jordan Greer, Thomas Navin, all out on track. Again, this real exciting racing. Only 9 machines out there at the minute. 8 machines, apology. Only 8 machines out. Again, beginning of the year, I was talking to a few of the riders at Bishop's Court yesterday, and they're hoping to get a few bikes. There's some of them have actually bought bikes and they're hoping to get them out throughout the season, so it'll be great to see some new faces, although familiar faces, but new faces into the championship. So definitely looking forward to that. See Louis Craig there. Oh wow, the lean angle he's got going there. Ben Finnerty through the infield. Look how quickly he changes direction. You can see Louis just in the background there as well. Up the hill. Again, very fast like his brother. See that dip there is just out of the seat ever so slightly and heading back down the hill into that horseshoe section. Back out on the start and finish then. So across the line, Ben Finnerty. Slightly slower that time, 103.5 compared to 103.1. It's hardly even braking for that right-hander. And he's just putting it down a gear and tipping it in. William Graham going well there in second. William Graham, another competitor. He's leading the Toyota Cup at the minute. So the William Graham, very sharp wee rider indeed. Had a bit of an incident yesterday with his machine. Unfortunately, it went pop. So again, that was his weekend finished. But new engine ordered. He's got quite a few weeks to sort it out, and hopefully we'll see him out in the next round of the Ulster Superbikes. But he's out today, spinning some laps here at Nuts Corner in the IMC. Dean Campbell. Best of luck, Jax Boyd and Sonny. Keep her lit, guys. They are indeed keeping her lit. And so is Louis Craig at the minute. Up into 4th place there. But Boyd Knipe's chasing him. 5th. A 107.6 for Boyd Knipe. Louis Craig a 105.3. His last lap was a 105.5, so slightly slower, but still working hard.
Oh, it's alright.
Again, Ben Finnerty. He seems to have settled himself now. Ben's last lap a 103.0. His best lap was a 102.8. Louis Craig still pushing hard, elbow down. Great for photographs, not so great for the leathers. Charlie Forrester then, 7th at the minute, 108.1. Thomas Navin, 116.2. Wee bit of work there to do for Navin. Boyd Knipe. Boyd Knipe trying to go up the inside there. I think that was Hugh McDowell just ahead of him. It was indeed. But not for long. He's got past Hugh. And he's now chasing. This is his last chance. Then, as the checkered flag goes out, Ben Finnerty across the line. Finnerty at 103.3. So he must think, well, he knows he's done enough. So he's just slowed the pace down a bit, but he's fastest. 102.8. William Graham second at 103.0. Leon Simpson in third at 103.8. Louis Craig in fourth at 105.3. Boyd Knipe fifth at 106.3. Hugh McDowell sixth at 107.8. Charlie Forrester seventh at 108.1. Oh, down just across the line, Forrester 107.9. Stays in that 7th place, and 8th is Thomas Navin, 115.8. So now we're going into the racing. This is the OHA Motorsport Stock 140 Group 2. So they're just making their way to the holding area. They'll be out on track anytime soon. So we'll do about half a lap or so, nip round to the grid, and they'll start the race. And they're doing the grid positions at the minute, so they're printing out a lot of the timesheets and doing a wee bit of work in the background. So anytime we do go mute, it will be because we're either chatting or we're trying to sort something out in the background. So please bear with us. We'll be back on it very shortly. So here we go then. For the first race of the day. It's the OHA Motorsport Stock 140 Group 2. So they're on their, what you would call a sighting lap. And then they'll make their way up towards the grid, line themselves up. And hopefully they know exactly where they're meant to be. A couple of latecomers there. Just cut the track and they'll make it to the grid with plenty of time. So again, a huge grid of machines out in this one. Line themselves up. 6 laps in this race. You'd near think the grid wasn't big enough to hold all of them, but here we go. A few changes there. Some of the riders, it is very confusing, especially with a grid this size. It can be very confusing where each of them have to go, where they have to line up. But I think we're more or less there. It's just a couple of adjustments. They're all bunched up a wee bit too far. They do need a bigger grid. They're just pushing the bikes back. So the OHA Motorsport Stock 140 Group 2, ready to go. The green flag is shown at the back of the grid, and away we go. Nipping into the first corner. It's fast right-hander, especially off the line. So it's Conor Murphy in the lead of this one. Dave Wardy, Paul Crowe in behind. A fantastic start there for Murphy. He's just trying not to get swamped. Huge grip. Oh, a lot of movement in through the back there. This is a real tricky section of track. And again, heading back up the hill. The track, a lot of parts of the circuit, they do tighten on themselves. Head up this top corner, you can see how tight it actually is. And just on the axe of it, it does go off camber. So into the horseshoe then are the leaders. Conor Murphy trying to pace himself, trying to get good drive on this start and finish straight here. Head down as best he can, trying to get into the best position. Very difficult to do, obviously. No ferns or anything on these machines. Who's Conor Murphy? Oh, it's James Harkins. So James or Harkness in second place. Mark Dagger. We have Paul Coe, Raymond Glendinning, Adam Gordon, David Wardy, Sean Hennessy, Ryan Russell, Adam Hara, Adam Cheshire, Kieran McAllister. Oh, someone going way wide there. And off the track, unfortunately. Just didn't catch the number there on that one. But up the hill, and the leader's heading for this tricky section once again. Keep an eye out. Conor Murphy just dropping back a wee bit, going in through the horseshoe. We'll keep an eye on the number 11 machine as they cross the line. It's James Harkness. Sean Hennessy, Conor Murphy dropping down to third place. So Harkness in the lead. Hennessy nipping through the traffic as best he can. So Hennessy chasing Harkness down. Oh, Hennessy going real deep there into this long right-hander. He's going to try and make a move, is he? And once again, heading back up that hill, the long drive up this right-hander and through that dip. So a great start. These two are absolutely glued together here, and they're starting to leave the pack already. So make their way around, once again, around that horseshoe. So Hennessy and Harkness coming down the front straight. And across the line. So Hennessy just about, oh, look at this. The number 11 machine, Harkness, trying to go back up the inside again. And he's just not able to get it. So Harkness settling in behind Hennessy just for the meantime. Adam Gordon there, Mark Dagger. Mark Dagger in fourth, Conor Murphy fifth, sixth, Raymond Glendinning, David Wardy in seventh, Ryan Russell then. Ryan Russell in 8th place, 9th Paul Coe, 10th Adam Hara, Kieran McAllister in 11th, a huge field there. So the leaders heading back out on this. His Harkness is still struggling to get past, but he's got good drive coming down the start and finish here, in through that right-hander. Oh, Hennessy just closes the door. The number 11 machine of Harkness. Oh, round the outside. What a move! What a move from Harkness. And he's made it stick in through the infield. Again, this left-hander tightens up on them, and you have to settle yourself to get through this right-hander. Lovely camber there too, and so they can get good drive up that hill. Great battles further back as well. Adam Cheshire, Kieran McAllister in 11th, 12th is David Baxter, and Darren McFettridge. So that's Adam Gordon, just ahead of that wee group there, with Mark Dagger and Raymond Glendinning all together there. So again, just losing a wee bit of the pace. They're going to be coming up the slower riders here as well very shortly. So Harkness starting to pull away ever so slightly from Hennessy. He's starting to find his groove, but again, the slower riders didn't complicate things too much there for Harkness. Neither did it for Hennessy. Harkness is hoping Hennessy was getting caught up in that one, but he didn't, and he bulls on at it. Back up the hill again. You can see how much they are spread out there. Mark Dagger as well down to 5th place. Raymond Glendinning getting the better of Dagger that last lap. So through the top corner, down in through the horseshoe. So Harkness with the fastest lap last time, a 105.4. Hennessy a 105.7. Adam Gordon a 107.5. So Gordon's now, that's his personal best of the race. He's ahead of that group just in behind him. So he's still got a wee bit of work to do. Oh, Gordon's going to struggle across the line here. But there it is. Oh, that was close. Adam Gordon just got the last step of the podium. It was James Harkness who won over Sean Hennessy. Adam Gordon 3rd. Raymond Glendinning 4th. 5th was Mark Dagger. David Wardy 6th. 7th was Paul Coe. 8th Conor Murphy. 9th Ryan Russell. And Adam Cheshire in your top 10. What a great way to start the racing here at Notts Corner. I thought Hennessy might have had that He might have had something else in the bag, but it was too little, too late then. James Harkness on the last lap with the fastest lap, a 104.7. 104.6, apologies. Hennessy, a 105.2. Not a million miles away. He's going to have a wee rethink back into the paddock then and make any adjustments that he needs to do. One of our newcomers this season, number 41, finishing 20th there. That's Mark Kirkpatrick. 1:14, 1 minute 14.1, very respectable time indeed for a newcomer, Mark Kirkpatrick. You would probably see him at the Ulster Championship rounds, Superbike Championship rounds, with the sound, the dreaded sound tester. I don't know about anyone else, but anytime our machines were getting sound tested, I just tried to keep the revs down ever so slightly. I can say that now because I'm not racing anymore. So next race up then is the European Industrial Chillers Stock 140. This is Group 1. So Group 1 going out very soon. They're just lining up. So in the holding area, or what some people call, what it used to be called, the dummy grid, they do actually form themselves up, or they're meant to form themselves up into their grid position in the dummy grid. And then they know exactly where they have to be when they make their way round to the starting grid, which is exactly what they're doing. So again, another 6-lapper. And another massive field of machines. The next race will be heading into the holding area very shortly, the Jim Farlow Memorial Junior Elite class. So another very competitive class. When I say another very competitive class, they're all very competitive. There they are, lining up on the grid. Ready and raring to go. So, keep an eye on Luke Johnson in this one. Gareth Morrell. I didn't see Gareth Morrell there. He did have a slip off during qualifying. He was second fastest, so he'll be chasing Luke Johnson. A wee bit more messy, this grid. Just looking down at the holding area, or the dummy grid, as it was called, they weren't all perfectly lined up like they should be. But Morrell is there and ready for another one. Again, he's on that left-hand side of the track. If he can get a real good start, he can cut across the front nose of Luke Johnson. I think that's maybe exactly what he's thinking about doing. Luke Johnson, if he just moves over to the left-hand side, tries not to go too defensive, he can hold his line then through the corner. So again, a few last-minute adjustments, and they're looking pretty good now. Just waiting for that green flag to get waved at the back of the grid. Again, big grid, so we'll try and get through and try and keep an eye on all of the riders here. Does get very busy indeed. Here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. And away they go. Great start there from Johnson. Oh, it's Colin Moore in there as well. So Luke Johnson, it's the number 53 of Colin Moore, by the looks of it, in that second place. Jack Moore in third. We'll make their way round the in through the infield, as we called it. Up the hill then for the first time. The long climb through that dip. And then braking for this tight left-hander. Oh, Johnson just nipping the nose there of the rider behind. And oh, he's got a wee bit of a lead already through that horseshoe. And back down across the line then. So Colin Moore, he's going to be under a lot of pressure here from Harkness. So Harkness is already in a groove after that last race. That's James Harkness. Back out again on this group. It's very unusual. But he's going to make a race for us. Still Colin Moore in that second place. Jack Moore just in behind Harkness. And he's not getting dropped off too much. He's going to try and hold on to the tail end of that group, but it looks like it's going to be a battle for second place as Luke Johnson just starts to make a wee bit of a gap. Oh, I thought Harkness was going to make a move there on Moore. But he closed the door on him. In through the horseshoe. Back out the other side then. Down the start and finish straight once again. So it's still Luke Johnson from Moore. Harkness, oh, I thought he's going to try and make a move up the inside. But Harkness tucks in behind and behaves himself. There's no way through. Jack Moore, Kaya Craig then in 5th place. 6th is Lee Harrett. Sean Hennessy in 7th. 8th, Billy Moore. Ocean Donnelly in 9th. Corey McDonald 10th. Jazz King and all Gagler riders coming through here. But there's no stopping Luke Johnson at the minute. But you can see Harkness is starting to get a wee bit frustrated with Colin Moore. Just can't get past. He closes the door on him each and every time. Oh, and that's given a chance for... Oh, that was Jack Moore, was it? Up the inside. They're trying to get up the inside of Harkness. On to back across the line then. 3 laps to go after this one. So Luke Johnson. Harkness going backwards now, so Jack Moore on the move. Next stop is Colin Moore. Around whole gaggle of riders here. Sean Hennessy in the middle of it. Back at the leader's end, climbing the hill. Oh, Colin Moore looking away round the outside of Jack, but Jack taking the more sensible line. And we have right-hander. Again, they're starting to go defensive already in this one. 2.5, well, 2 and a wee bit laps to go. As they come back onto the start to finish. Back through this right-hander here. So Colin Moore just holding off Jack and no more. But look at Harkness. Harkness is starting to push really hard now. You can see that bike starting to move about underneath him. I think he's maybe pushing a wee bit too hard because it's damaging his race. And when the bike's moving about underneath you, it's not going forward like it should do. Josh Ray in the mix, having a good battle there with Corey McDonald and Chaz King. Michael McAllister just in behind. So Luke Johnson then down that dip. Oh, was that a move up the inside? That looked like maybe Colin Moore under a wee bit of pressure. So they'll be getting the last lap flag this time round. There's Luke Johnson back onto the start and finish. So they're definitely dropping Harkness off, but Colin Moore can't shake Jack Moore. Oh, Jack. Wee bit of an unorthodox line there for Jack. As he just runs very deep in the infield. I think he's going to have Baller on this last lap. He's not going to be able to get anywhere. Oh, and he did. He had a wee slip off there. So Jack Moore's race is finished. Unfortunately, he is up and okay, which is good to see. But your leader entering the top corner. Colin Moore following close behind. Jack had to try something on that last lap, but unfortunately it didn't work for him. Sometimes it does, but it wasn't the case this time. So your leader out on the start. Colin Moore in second place. James Harkness in third. Then we have Craig, Lee Harrah across the line. Oh, battle further back here. It's going to be close. Who's going to get us? Ryan Glasgow over Billy Moore. Only just an absolute whisker across the line. Chaz King, Corey McDonald, Michael McAllister and Josh Ray had to settle for that 12th place. Oh, good race further back too. That was tight across the line. Dale Gordon getting the better of that group from Yannick Simpson, Colin Rooney and Philip Goodman. What another fantastic race. And again, folks, it's only the start of it. So again, please, if you're listening, please subscribe. And we can get more. There was mentions there in the chat. Don't forget, we'll use the chat. We better crack. And we're getting your feedback, which means we can do better for you, which is the whole point. Better for the riders, better for the sponsors. And we can get things just the way you like it. So please use the chat. And we'll have a bit of crack with it as well. Next up then, the Jim Farlow Memorial Junior Elite Race.
look big kind of calm, you know.
Yeah.
When it's idle, man. It sounds like it's a bit drags down.
Oh, so here we go then. Next one up and running already. Here we go. They're away. Keep an eye on Michael Smith and Zach Turkington. Zach Turkington getting a real good start there. So Zach Turkington with a bossy racing team. So Michael Smith will want to be chasing him down. He's not going to want Zach getting away with this one that easily. So through the infield, a depleted field in this group for the junior elites, the Jim Farlow Memorial races, as they head up towards this, the top half of the track, the furthest section, and then down that wee bit of a hill. Oh, tight going through there. That was maybe Isaac Finnerty as they go through the horseshoe. Turkington not getting away as quickly as he would have wanted to in this race. But that's exactly why we're here. Makes it all that bit more exciting. But Michael Smith chasing him down then. That's Derek Caulfield, Isaac Finnerty and Mark Kennedy in that order. Oh, Caulfield, the number, it's Isaac Finnerty on Caulfield, trying to go round the outside. But he's not able to make it stick. Michael Smith doing very well here to stay with Zach Turkington. Again, the qualifying times were very, very close indeed, and if Zach Turkington has a wee bit of pressure on him, you can see the difference. Might be running slightly slower than they were in qualifying. Derek Caulfield and Isaac Finnerty battling it out there as well. As they go round the top corner. Caulfield trying to shake him. It doesn't seem to be working too well. As they come back onto the start and finish then. Zach Turkington. Oh, look at Smith. Smith got really good drive there. But it's just not enough. They bunch back up again through that right-hander. And around this long right-hander. Smith is actually looking away around now, so he goes for the wider line. He's going to get the cut back, and he might try and get the drive. Oh, it's just not enough. Look at Zach Turkington really late on the brakes. Derek Caulfield still ahead of Finnerty, but only just as they make their way around the infield. Oh, Caulfield starting to pull away that wee bit as the leaders head back up the hill, round that dip. Oh, Smith, he was late on the brakes there, so he's right back up to, Zach Smith up the inside of Zach Turkington and into the lead. So Michael Smith takes the lead of this one. Zach Turkington demoted to second place, and I'm sure he didn't see that one coming. Back out onto the start and finish across the line. 3 laps to go. So the next machine's up. The Jewelways Bam Bam class. And look at Michael Smith. He's already starting to pull away from Zach Turkington. There's a bit of a gap forming there. So Michael Smith a 107.4, Zach Turkington a 108.2. So there's a bit of a difference. But now that Zach Turkington has something to chase, this might change everything. And look at Caulfield. Caulfield is disappearing now from Isaac Finnerty. Should I say, is disappearing from Caulfield. And Mark Kennedy there as well. Mark Kennedy in that 5th place. He still has the leaders, or the front group, in his sights. So again, just something nice to chase as the leaders come back onto the start and finish straight. And make their way down to this long right-hander. 2 laps to go. Next time round, they'll be getting the last lap flag, and you'll see, Zach Turkington using all of the track and a wee bit more. You can see he's really starting to push the back end of Turkington's bike, starting to move about a wee bit more. Isaac Finnerty now miles ahead of Derek Caulfield, so he's not going to be able to do anything about Caulfield in the closing stages of this race. Mark Kennedy through there, newcomer this season. See, he's got the bib on, the yellow bib. They head up towards the hill. So Michael Smith, their pace is very similar actually. Zach Turkington posted the fastest lap the last time round, a 106.731. Michael Smith a 106.761. So absolutely nothing in it at all as they come back down towards the line. And the last lap flag is being flown for Michael Smith. Turkington, oh, he's dropped off the pace a wee bit now. Turkington looks like he's settling for that second place on the Boss E racing machine, but he'll be happy with that. He's gathering points. Isaac Finnerty, a 108.5 that time for Isaac Finnerty. Derek Caulfield, that's Derek Caulfield's last lap was a 111.2, so again, he's just settling for that fourth place. It's all points. This is the first round of the championship, you have to remember. And it's all to play for. No matter what happened last season, it's all back to zero. It's restarted. Doesn't matter what plate you have on. You have to remind yourself it's a new year. A lot of new machinery here as well. But it looks like Michael Smith is going to take this one and across the line for the win. The checkered flag, Zach Turkington settling for that second place then. Isaac Finnerty didn't get it all his own way at the beginning of this race, but a great third place there for Finnerty. Derek Caulfield then just dropping off the pace. It looked like it was going to be a good race between Finnerty and Caulfield. Caulfield just thought, no, Isaac, you just work away yourself. And Mark Kennedy across the line then for 5th place. So the Bam Bam machine's up next then. You can see their parents running out onto the track. And they'll be heading over towards their grid positions. And as soon as the race starts, they'll disperse throughout the track. A wee bit like spotters, some of them. Giving them some hints and tips. So the dual-way Bam Bam machines making their way to the holding area, or the grid position, should I say. The Athboy Carton Senior Open will be up next, so they'll be heading to the holding area. Athboy is another great wee circuit. Very technical indeed. Very windy. A rider's circuit. So a lot of the competitors here this weekend at Nuts Corner. Once they go to the likes of Athboy, you know, some things, everything changes. Different track, different gear, different bike setup. Some tracks suit others. Nuts Corner is real fast, real flowing. Athboy really technical. So a few words from the parents and guardians there. They're pointing at you can see they're probably telling them whereabouts in the track that you want to be. which is absolutely perfect. Remember, some of these competitors are only 6 years old. And when they're sitting on them, they look like super bikes on them, some of them. But here we go. Barry Graham there, just making sure he's got a busy year ahead of him. He's just making sure everything is all good to go. Parents pacing up and down, they're a bit more nervous than the riders are. So there we go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the... Nope, changed their mind. A bit of confusion there just on the second row. Eva Mullen on our Boss E Racing. Let's go, Boss E Juniors. It was a previous race. Again, that's another team with a busy year ahead of them. Competing in this class as well. But here we go. The green flag waved. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there. That looked like, it's number 77, Harry Birch in the second place. Keep an eye on Mike Fennerty. Mike Fennerty, very, very fast young rider indeed. With a pretty good qualifying, he's put a bit of a target on his back. So Fennerty making his way up the hill. Again, just down that dip. They'll probably disappear, the wee heads disappearing behind the dip. Around that right-hander then. Harry Birch there, still in that second place. Looks like Mike Fennerty might have this one in the bag. So the leaders around the horseshoe. Back out the other side as the rest of them making their way around that right-hander. But it's Mike Fennerty in the lead and already pulling the gap over Harry Birch. Luke Fay in that third place. 1:19.3 from Luke Fay there, but a 1:14.8 from Mike Fennerty. Harper J. Graham in fourth. Anna Rose Lennon in the mix there as well. Anna Graham in fifth. Sixth is Archie Eastwood. Archie Eastwood going really well there. Jagger Graham in seventh. As Fennerty rounds the top half of the track. They're starting to break up already in this race. So I think Fennerty has upset the apple cart, as they say. Rihanna Graham still in that fifth place. Jagger Graham seventh. Eighth is Cruz Lennon. Ninth is Jax Cunningham. Pablo Culligan in 10th. Katie Clint in 11th. And Ocean Donnelly in 12th place. So there's Harry Birch. Round that right-hander. Great style there from Luke Fay. Luke Fay's loads of lean angle on that wee machine. So Harry Birch, the Boss E Racing machine, you can see just dropping down a gear for this left-hander that tightens in on you. And getting the power on. Look how well he's just hitting them apexes. And again, at such a young age, their racecraft, it's being perfected so early, and it bodes well for the future of racing. So the number 77 machine looking very comfortable out there, but it's Mike Finnerty who is dominating this one out onto the curb there. For Mike Finnerty, just below the commentary box here, and around that left-hander. Harry Birch in that, and look at the way he moves his body over the bike before he tips it in. He's just getting himself settled before he drops the bike into the corner. So Luke Fay in that third place at the minute. Harper J. Graham holding on to that fourth place. It looks like a comfortable fourth at the minute. Rihanna Graham in fifth. I think that last lap was a wee bit slower. Best lap was a 1:20.4. Archie Eastwood in behind in sixth. Seventh, still Jagger Graham. A 1:21.9. Jagger's best time. Cruz Lennon in eighth. Number 55, the distinctive number 55. And there's Katie Clint, number 66. So Katie, another of the bossy riders. And they're slipping through. There's a good race going on here. Oh, Finnerty just trying to cut through the traffic as best as he can. Birch and Luke Fay pretty well spread apart now. There is Luke Fay once again. Less than 2 laps to go of this one. As Finnerty enters the horseshoe, you hear the bikes warming up in the background. That's the Athboy Carton Senior Open. Oh, Finnerty out on the start and finish straight. The number 13 machine properly dominating this race at the minute. Katie Clint there is just in behind. She's currently in 9th place. Good lap times there from Katie, a 1:27.0, just in behind Ocean Donnelly, a 1:30.1. So she's pretty safe there in that 9th place. Ocean Donnelly getting the better of Jax Cunningham in that last lap. You see Luke Fay having a ride round the outside of the slower riders. Pablo Culligan in 12th place at the minute, but the leaders is up the top half of the circuit already. Right, that right-hander, Katie Clint there. Finnerty out of the horseshoe, coming on the start and finish straight. That's Luke Fay in 3rd place still, but it's Finnerty, takes the checkered flag, takes the win. And what an easy win it was there today for Finnerty. Harry Birch then coming on to the start and finish, just behind Katie Clint, or his teammate. So Harry Birch across the line, takes 2nd place. We'll keep an eye on Luke Fay. There he is. So Luke, a comfortable 3rd for Luke Fay. So it should be Harper Graham up next. And it is indeed. Rana Graham in 5th, 6th Archie Eastwood, 7th Jagger Graham, Cruz Lennon. Oh, Rihanna Graham in 4th, so we lost Harper there. 5th place Archie Eastwood, 6th. See where Jagger across the line then, so Harper's machine just getting pushed down there. Unfortunately, Harper wasn't able to finish that race on the last lap too. So fantastic wee race there for the Bam Bams. And that's exactly what we want to hear. You can hear it. It does get quite noisy up here. Gareth Morrell there just warming that lovely wee 2-stroke wee KTM. Gareth will definitely be at the pointy end of this race. We'll keep an eye on Ruben Sherman Boyd as well. So Ruben Sherman Boyd going well in qualifying again. Like I was saying yesterday, earlier on yesterday, he had a great race. The Ulster Superbike Championship. Ruben Sherman Boyd coming home with 2 wins in the lightweight supersport class on his 400. He's coming off a high and he wants to bring that to Nuts Corner today. Oh, practice start there. Some of the riders just trying to perfect the starts, and you need to have a good start here because the first corner is just a hop, skip and a jump away. You have to try and get into that as quickly as you can, as best you can. Ruben Sherman Boyd lining up on pole. Gareth Morrell on the outside. Again, Ruben has shown he's very, very quick off the line. He's a very quick rider, so Morrell, full concentration on Ruben Sherman Boyd for this one. So the green flag is shown at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. And away they go. Oh, great start there from both Ruben and Gareth Morrell. But Morrell under pressure already. That looked like, was that maybe Sean O'Neill? Perhaps got a really good start there as well. And Alfie Flynn, keep an eye on Alfie Flynn. So he's good as soon as the race, as soon as that flag drops, Alfie Flynn, you'll be sure he's there. He's currently in 4th place. Oh, see, get the power on nice and early as the back end starts moving about for Alfie Flynn as they enter the top corner. So it's Ruben Sherman Boyd from Gareth Morrell. And they're maybe just starting to break away from each other. Oh, we've got someone maybe slipped off there at the start of that race. So coming on to start and finish straight. Ruben Sherman Boyd, Morrell will be kicking himself if he gets away with this one. It is Sean O'Neill in that 3rd place as they cross the line. The number 50 machine pushing hard. Oh, Alfie Flynn under pressure as well from Noah Holmes. Noah Holmes pushing hard. He's got the tighter line there. But he might now tries to go around the outside of Alfie Flynn, but Alfie runs that wee bit wider. And it keeps Noah Holmes at bay. Again, if you want to listen to the podcast with Noah Holmes and Kay McGreevy, it's out today at 3 p.m. Go on to our YouTube channel and all your podcast hosts, and you can listen to it there. But up the top corner then, it is still Ruben Sherman Boyd. Now he's starting to open up a gap already. Oh, Noah Holmes has got the better of Alfie Flynn there. So Noah Holmes on a charge now, and he's going to try and charge down Sean O'Neill as they come back onto the start and finish straight. 4 laps to go already, 2 down. So fast through here in one of these machines. You can see how quick and how competitive these ones are. Sean O'Neill still holding on to that 3rd place, but only just. Noah Holmes is on an absolute charge here. He's faster than O'Neill, and that's even including trying to get past Alfie Flynn. And he's bringing Flynn with him as well. So Alfie Flynn tagging onto the back end of Noah Holmes. And he's trying his best on that smaller machine just to stay with him. Christopher McCallion in there as well in 6th. Mitchell McNeil in 7th. 8th is Ocean McGurl. 9th, Mark Malone. 10th, Joe Holmes. And Kenzie Kerr in 11th. Through that right-hander then. Back onto the start and finish. And just look at Noah Holmes. He's on an absolute charge here. He's going to get this. He's going to get the last step of the podium here and steal it from Sean O'Neill if he keeps up this pace. Noah Holmes with a 59.7 there. The leader, Ruben Sherman Boyd, a 59.5. So he's not far off the leader. If he got a good start and up and away with Ruben Sherman Boyd, he could have been in with a chance of a win here. So they're concertinaing it all back up again. Slower riders just getting out of the road there. I think that's maybe Kenzie Kerr. Well done, Kenzie. And chasing up the hill, Noah Holmes is going to make a move up the inside. Is he? He is indeed. So Noah up into 3rd place on Sean O'Neill as they head back down towards the horseshoe. Noah is able to hold that 3rd then over Sean O'Neill right round the horseshoe. What a great battle. Look at Sean O'Neill. Look at the drive that Sean gets down the straightaway through this right-hander. Is he going to be able to do anything? You can see Sean O'Neill, the front end of that bike looks like it's moving about an awful lot. Gareth Morrell, I think he may be okay there in that 2nd place. But Noah Holmes on a charge. This is going to be a phenomenal lap here for Noah. Next time out, they're going to be getting the checkered or the last lap flag. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself here with the excitement of this race. Oh, Sean O'Neill. So Sean O'Neill had a slip off in the infield. He's back on the machine, but he's no chance now in keeping up with Noah Holmes. He just had to push that wee bit extra. You can see Noah, the lean angle, how hard he's pushing here. Last lap flag is out then. Ruben Sherman Boyd. Last lap was a 59.5. So he's still pushing hard as he crosses the line. He's going to have to watch, but it's the last lap. Keep an eye on. There's Ruben Sherman Boyd. You can see again with that lean angle. Noah Holmes still pushing. Oh, he gets the power on really early there. Stepping that back end out. You can hear Alfie Flynn still in that 4th place. You can hear him popping and banging. A 101.6 there for Alfie Flynn as Ruben makes his way up the hill. And then over that bit of a dip. Oh, front wheel in the air for Ruben Sherman Boyd. Celebrating already. And so he should. He's got a huge gap back to Gareth Morrell in 2nd place. So Ruben round in the horseshoe then for the last time. Out onto the start and finish straight. Ruben Sherman Boyd, his first win of the day, and he's going to want to continue this throughout the day. Gareth Morrell then in 2nd place. Noah Holmes settling for that 3rd. What a ride there for Noah Holmes. Just nipped past Alfie Flynn, and that's exactly what he needed. He was looking at a better start maybe than what he did. But Alfie Flynn in fourth. Looking back then across the line is Christopher McCallion. Mitchell McNeil in sixth. And just exiting the horseshoe. Back out for the last time in seventh place. Ocean McGirl. Another great race there. Mark Malone in 8th. 9th was Joe Holmes. Unfortunately, Sean O'Neill just pushed that wee bit too hard to try and stay with Noah. And it wasn't meant to be. Junior gearbox machines out now then. And they're making their way round to the grid to form up. So here we go then for the Road Racing Ireland Junior Gearbox. Again, their parents and their guardians out there just making sure everything's fine. Some last minute checks. A few changes to the grid positions. Yeah, unfortunately we had a machine just stalled on the warm-up lap, but they've got it going. And they're making it to the grid position. Lucky enough, tried to get it going, just stalled on him on the horseshoe. And he wasn't able to get the thing going again. That's why the parents and the guardians are there. So the whistle's blown. I don't think that's actually an official whistle. I think someone in the paddock maybe. But they're clearing the grid anyway. The green flag goes up at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. And oh, wow, massive wheelie there for, I think that was Jake Todd. Perhaps it was indeed. So Jake Todd off the line, dumped the clutch. And away they go, getting a wee bit excited there. But what a great start it was nonetheless. So the next machines will be in the holding area very soon. The stock vets. But what a start there that was for Jake Todd. And quick to react as well. So he just shut the throttle at a good time. So Todd makes his way up the hill. That looks like Sonny Knipe in second place, perhaps. Just a glimmer of blue in the distance. as they come towards us here. It is indeed. So Sonny Nape in that second place. And I think that's maybe Hughie Madden in third. They're around the horseshoe, and we'll know better when they come back down towards us here as they cross the line. A great start again there for Jake Todd, and a huge gap back now to Sonny Nape. And in third place it is indeed Hughie Madden. Cooper Cahoon holding on to that fourth. Cooper Cahoon riding this wee gearbox machine. He got it at the end of last season. Still a wee bit to get used to. Jake Todd up the hill, miles away already. Into this top corner. And making the most of that camber. Here comes Sonny Nape then. Again, Sonny Nape. You can see how they can drop it into that corner and not have to worry too much about powering out of it. Just make sure they get it on, get the bike straightened up that wee bit more. So Jake Todd not using all the curve this time. Qualifying, he ran onto that curve a few times during qualifying. And here's Sonny. So Sonny Nape, the number 46 machine, for his favourite racer of all time, Valentino Rossi, of course. Sonny in a comfortable second place. Hugh McCadden under pressure. Oh, Cooper Cahoon. So Cooper Cahoon just trying to go up the inside. Madden closing the door on him. So Cahoon still in that fourth place. Maybe trying to make a move up this top corner. So Cahoon round the outside. Don't think that's going to work, but he's got a good line then for heading down the hill to the horseshoe. So there's three of them now. There's three of them through the horseshoe. But at the minute we're looking at Sonny Nape. Sonny Nape there, but this race for fourth place is starting to heat up as they come back down towards us here. Oh, coming in slower. Oh, Cooper Cahoon around the outside there. Cahoon round the outside, but he's not. It's not all done yet, and he's taken the proper line, has he? He has indeed. So round the outside and up into third place. What a move that was for Cahoon. And just after a slip off yesterday as well at Bishop's Court, it hasn't hampered his confidence any. Again, oh, he slipped back now. So I think that's maybe, keep a close eye. It could be Casey Hogg Rogan, is it? So we'll keep an eye whenever they come back round towards us here. Leading that group, so they're going to get the last lap flag here very shortly. Great run there for Cooper Cahoon, Casey Hogg Rogan, Taylor Moore in 6th, 7th Callum Fay, 8th Anna Rose Lennon, 9th William Ahern, and Sophie Doherty in 10th. But Jake Todd across the line once again. Chasing as Casey Hogg Rogan was indeed that last lap who nipped past Cooper Cahoon, and he's starting to pull away already. So Casey on a mission this time round. And pushing hard up round the top corner then. But your leader, oh, your leader across the line. Last lap flag out now. That's Cooper Calhoun just tipping in the right hander. He's on his own this time round, but still holding on to that 4th place for the number 72 machine. As your leaders starting to chip away at the slower riders in the infield. Jake Todd heading back up the hill then for the last time in this race. Of course, each of these races, there's 3 races, so they've got, each of them have 2 races each. 2 races left, should have said. And that won't be long coming round. Sophie Doherty at the top half of the track, but your leader making his way back down. It's Sonny Knipe again, having a good run, but here he is, Jake Todd, taking the checkered flag, taking the win. And what a fantastic race. Further back, what a fantastic race that was for 3rd place. And as soon as Casey Hogg Rogan got the hammer down, there was no catching him. So the number 158 machine. Steady run there, Sonny Knipe coming on to the start and finish. Taking 2nd place, Sonny Knipe. Casey Hogg Rogan. This is bound to be a real good lap for Casey. It is a best lap there of a 1:10.2. So, and Cooper Calhoun just getting the better of Hughie Madden and Callum Fay across the line then. So Calhoun finishing 4th. Hughie Madden 5th, 6th Callum Fay. Taylor Burrow 7th, 8th Anna Rose Lennon, 9th William Ahern, and 10th Sophie Doherty. So here we go then for the stock vets. This is Sam Harrison Memorial Races. We're making our way to the grid. So again, the machines sorting themselves out here. They will know where they have to be, hopefully, in the next set of races here. But after this, they will be pausing for lunch. After this set of races, so stock vets out now, lining up, and then the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP before lunch break. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up, and away they go. We'll keep a wee eye again for Colin Moore. The number 53 machine out in front in this one. Looks like already pulling away from the grid. Look at that lead he has already. Colin Moore on a charge. Not sure who that is there in 2nd place. but they're soon not to be in second place as they head up the hill. Chaz King, they're all bunched together around that dip, but your leader, look at the gap that Moore has already. And back down through the horseshoe. And already heading down the start and finish then. Colin Moore looking comfortable in this one. Absolutely charging so he can get away pretty quickly. Chaz King in second, third Frank Davies. Frank Davies, the number 79 machine. Colin Rooney, 43. In fourth, fifth is Neil Johnson. Conor Graham in sixth, seventh Josh Ray. Brian McCaw in 8th, 9th Mark Dagger, Jason McCammon in 10th, Paul McCann 11th, 12th is Mark Patrick, 13th Stephen Walsh, and 14th Raymond McKnight. Oh, great field, great races further back there too. The battle for fourth there. Well, looks like Colin Rooney just ahead of it. But it's Colin Moore who is away. Chaz King looking like he's splitting from Frank Davies. Goes across the line again. Again, it is Colin Rooney in that fifth. But Neil Johnson just ahead of him. Rooney struggling with this one. He got a real good start up into second place. And then just started going backwards now. But he'll be on a charge and trying to stay with Neil Johnson. So that group behind's actually starting to catch up on second place. So Chaz King maybe gonna find himself under pressure here very soon. The tip in Lorraine Honda. Colin Moore just seems to be away in this race. Chaz King's they're definitely catching, so Frank Davies, the number 79 machine, is on a charge and on a mission to get that second place from Chaz. Out on the start and finish then. And across the line, Frank Davies, he's right with him now, and he's bringing Neil Johnson with him. So Neil Johnson just about pulling away from Colin Rooney. Colin Rooney looks a wee bit more comfortable now in that fifth place. Conor Graham just a wee bit further behind in sixth. But they're having their own battle, they're having their own dice for fifth place. Whoa, big moment there. I think that was maybe Conor Graham, the number 66 machine, out of the seat. Back up the top of the hill then. Things again, they're warming up just in behind us. So the junior mini GP machines just getting ready for their race. So Colin Moore comes across the line. But this battle for second place now, Chaz King. He's going to get a fright here very shortly from Frank Davies. If Frank Davies doesn't get past King pretty soon, oh, and he's under threat. Neil Johnson looking away up the inside of Davies. And you can see that's allowing Chaz just to get away that wee bit. In through the infield then. Technical left-hander. Oh, and again Davies just trying to push out wide. Neil Johnson push it hard, trying to get that drive up the hill, because it is a long haul up that hill, especially when you've got two others chasing you, and that second place is under threat as they enter the horseshoe then. Next time round, this time your leader Colin Moore is going on the start and finish straight now, so he will be getting the last lap flag. So this threesome heading back, and look at this. Oh, Davies now up the inside of Charles King. Charles King not sure. Oh, he's trying to go around the outside now. What a move there. But it was Davies who won that battle. And he's going to try and get away pretty quick. Charles King might not be able to do anything, but he's let the brakes off and he's ran a wee bit wide in through the infield. And that's allowed Neil Johnson to come back then. He's in that fourth. Neil Johnson tries to ride round the outside, but he nips it back and tries to get the drive up the hill again. It is vital to get the throttle open as quickly as you can, and unfortunately it hasn't worked that time round for Johnson. Your leader's already around the horseshoe. And he's going on to start and finish straight, and a great win there for Colin Moore, but the battle for second place is continuing. One more corner to go. It looks like Davies has this one in the bag for second, but who's going to get third? Johnson moves on the right hand side. Oh, it's Frank Davies the second, and it was Charles King just holding on to that third place, no more, from Neil Johnson in fourth. Fifth was Colin Rooney, Brian McCaw in sixth, seventh Conor Graham, and Josh Ray in eighth place, just at the back of that group. Ninth is Mark Dagger. He crosses the line. We can see another great race there from that group. Paul McCann then across the line in 10th, Stephen Walsh in 11th, 9th, 11th, I must say, Mark Kirkpatrick then, Shuba finishing up in 12th place, he does indeed, so Mark Kirkpatrick across the line in 12th. So next group going out onto track, the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP. Junior Mini GP machines out on track. Just looking there, I think. So the Mini GP machines lining up on the grid. This is the DM Groundworks Mini GP. So they look like they're behaving themselves as the green flag is waved at the back. And they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there from Ben Finnerty. Straight into the lead. That's maybe, that looks like William Graham in second place. Keep an eye, let's see, Boyd Knipe as well. So Boyd Knipe, he'll not want William Graham getting away with this one. They'll make their way in through. But look at Finnerty. Finnerty with that huge lead already. William Graham, you can tell he's pushing that wee machine to the limit already. They've got their sighting lap to warm the tyres as best they can, but I would say they need a wee bit more than that to work with. So Finnerty in through the horseshoe. Graham just in behind Boyd Knipe. Boyd Knipe's going to struggle to hold on to this third place. That looks like Louis Craig maybe in fifth. They're coming on to start and finish. Boyd Knipe still in that third, but only just over Leon Simpson. Simpson had to shut the throttle there going on to the front straight, but he tries to move round the outside. I don't think it's going to stick. He hasn't got the proper line. He's missed his apex, and that allows Louis Craig then to have a bit of a sniff, and he's caught back up to these two in front of him. But look, Ben Finnerty and William Graham seem to be pulling away from this group behind. Boyd Knipe still in that third place. Simpson with the drive. Look at the wide line he took before climbing that hill. Down the dip, you can see the front wheel there of Simpson's just lifting off the ground before tipping into that right-hander. Back down into the horseshoe then. Louis Craig watching this all unfold in front of him. And if these two keep at it the way they are, this gives Louis a real good chance at it. Finnerty across the line, just tipping the curb on the outside there. So Finnerty with a 101.6 that time round. Second, a 102.5 for William Graham. Boyd Knipe, a 105.4. Fourth place, Leon Simpson, a 105.5. So Simpson still pushing to get past Boyd. Louis Craig's coming with them too, which is good. He's not. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Louis Craig out of the seat as he gets the power on. Nice and early. He's lost the drive up the hill, so he's losing. He's losing out then on this third place possibly. It looks like Boyd Knipe then and Simpson are starting to run away with this one. So it's going to be a battle between these two. Just that wee mistake there. Oh, look at Simpson on the drive, going on the start and finish straight. So Simpson is going to try and make a move up the inside, is he? He's too far back. But will he get the drive? And again, he goes for that outside line. Really wide through that right-hander, and he loses out on the switchback. And he's not able to put it down. So up through the top half of the track is your leader, Ben Finnerty. Coming back down the hill then, in through into the horseshoe. Again, that long right-hander. Boyd Knipe still in that third place. Simpson still looking away through. But Knipe's not making it easy for him. Finnerty across the line then. Next time round they'll be getting the last lap flag. Second place, William Graham. Again, coming off a good and bad day yesterday in the Ulster Superbikes. Look at Simpson. Simpson is looking racy now. He hasn't got an awful lot of time to make a move on Boyd. Because when he does, and believe you me, he will try and make a move, he's going to have to try and get away with it too. He's going to have to start putting the hammer down, make a bit of a gap. Oh, look how much of the road that he's using. Because if he doesn't gap Boyd Knipe pretty quickly, rest assured Knipe will be coming back with an attack. Down the hill then, round that right-hander. Oh, Simpson running wide, coming down the hill. Last lap time then for Ben Finnerty as he crosses the line. A 102.8 that time round for Finnerty, which means he's just maintaining the gap back to William Graham. So here we go, Simpson. He's still not making a move. He's seen the last lap flag. He's going to have to do something here pretty soon. Or it could be Boyd Knipe is just controlling Simpson. Knipe made good ground up there that time round through the infield. And Louis Craig in that 5th place. Louis Craig, I'm sure he would love to be up in the mix with these two. Oh, Simpson. Is he going to try and do something up at the top corner? Unfortunately, we've lost the camera there at the top corner. We're not able to switch through. But last lap, but here's Ben Finnerty. Ben Finnerty across the line and takes the win. Now is Knipe going to be able to hold on to... They're coming up the slower riders now. Oh, round the outside for Knipe. Simpson lost out in that one, but Knipe holds on to 3rd place. Simpson had to settle for 4th. And Louis Craig across the line in 5th. Charlie Forrester then. Charlie Forrester under a wee bit of pressure here as well. Hugh McDowell. As they come on the start and finish straight, look at Forrester. Oh, Forrester. Just lost out. Hugh McDowell taking 6th, Forrester 7th, and 8th was Thomas Navin. So lunch break now, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back very soon. Please subscribe, share, and don't forget to get on the chat, and we can discuss the races. But we'll be back very soon, straight after lunch. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Back to it, back at it for the second leg of races. So 2 more sets of races to go. This one, the OHA Motorsport Stock 140 Group 2 are out on track. Again, just sorting themselves out in the grid. As the rest of them, a few stragglers there at the back. The rest of them make their way up. Make their way up to their grid positions. So here we go. Oh, quick start then this time. The green light is go. And a great start there. That looked like, is it Conor Murphy maybe? Squint the eyes. It was indeed 173 Murphy. Out in front, feeling strong this weekend. Oh, and it's all it's all tight. Just slightly further back there, the battle for third. But Murphy with a great start. I'm not sure whether that was Ward. He maybe was able to tuck in behind him. Oh. Murphy not getting away that quickly. Well, not as quick as what he wanted to in this one. He's round the horseshoe. It looked like he was maybe going to start gapping, but it wasn't to be. As they come back on to the start and finish, they have to settle themselves down. It's always very hectic at the start of these races. But Conor Murphy across the line, David Wardy second, that's Mark Dagger in third place now. He's made up a few spots from his qualifying. Adam Gordon, seen Adam Gordon earlier on in the paddock, dandering about, scoping out the opposition. So, that was close through. As they were entering the infield, all sorts of lines here getting fired about to try and sort themselves out. But it's Murphy still in the lead. Wardy trying to get good drive up the hill. So it's very busy indeed up this top half of the track. Oh, so Murphy, that looks like Wardy. So Wardy has the advantage now, down in through the horseshoe, and he's already starting to break away from that group behind. And that's exactly what Murphy wanted to happen, but unfortunately things didn't play out like he thought they would. So across the line then, it's Wardy in the lead from Murphy. Glendinning up into third place, Adam Gordon fourth. It's Mark Dagger demoted to fifth place now as he runs wide down through this bottom section. Yellow flag up at the top half of the track there, an incident just on the entrance of the horseshoe. Oh, Wardy now. That's Glendinning. So Glendinning pressurised. Oh, Murphy's going backwards. That looked like Adam Gordon. I think it was Adam Gordon. Just squeezing him out. I actually don't think it was, but they're heading up the hill now. So it's Wardy, Glendinning, Murphy just going backwards now. I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to hold. I think he's down in fifth or sixth now. I don't think he's going to be able to hold that position. So the sun's been shining on us all over lunch break. It's just dulled down ever so slightly, but the leaders back out onto the start and finish then. So David Wardy. It's Glendinning. So Glendinning ahead of that group. David Wardy just disappearing then. So a long look over his shoulder. Oh, Glendinning, a 107.5, so he caught right back up, and he's on an absolute mission now. On the charge, heading up the hill and down that dip. So the leaders through that top section, making their way back down through the horseshoe. Strong results here so far for Glendinning. Come back down, cross the line. So Glendinning from Wardy in second place. Adam Gordon, look at Glendinning pulling away from the leaders, or pulling away from second place. David Wardy struggling to keep Adam Gordon at bay now. So Gordon, he's going to try and make a move here in this. Oh, late on the brakes up the inside, he pushes Wardy out wide. So Gordon up into second place. David Wardy demoted another spot. Again, just like we've seen Conor Murphy, who slipped down to 5th place. He looked like he was in contention for a podium finish, but he's just slipped down that wee bit more. So they'll be getting the last lap flag very soon. This might actually allow, I think Mark Dagger's just too far behind now to do anything about the leaders. But they're on the start and finish straight then. So Glendinning across the line. Last lap time now for these riders. Next up, the European Industrials Chiller Stock 140 Group 2. Glendinning, long look over his shoulder for Glendinning. But he's nothing to worry about on this last lap if he just keeps thinking about what he's doing, keeps hitting them apexes. He has nothing to worry about. Adam Gordon just a wee bit too far back for him, but he's starting to pull away now from David Wardy. So Gordon on a bit of a charge as they head up the hill into this first corner. Look at the lead Glendinning has. It's not massive, but it's just enough to stay comfortable in this race. Oh, big moves further back in the field there, up the inside. So that's Conor Murphy going back even further. But the leaders are coming back onto the start and finish straight then. It's going to be Raymond Glendinning who takes the win across the line. Oh, and David Wardy wasn't able to get the drive there on Adam Gordon. So it's Gordon that takes second and Wardy in 3rd place. Mark Geiger in 4th. Ryan Russell then. So Ryan Russell up into 5th place across the line. Paul Coe in 6th. 7th was Conor Murphy. So on that last lap, Russell and Coe just got the better of Murphy. Adam Cheshire in 8th. 9th was Kieran McAllister. Samuel Craig in 10th. 11th, Ryan Gordon. Christopher Kerr across the line in 12th. And 13th should be Paul McCann as he crosses the line. The battle further back too. Look at this going on. So this is for 16th place, Andy Hamilton. Oh, look at the drive across the line. Who's going to get it? It's just not enough. So it was Andy Hamilton who got it at the front of that group. Joseph Logan in 17th, 18th, Odhan Kelly, and 19th is Christian Robertson. The next machines then out for their race is Group 1, the European Industrial Chillers Limited Stock 140s. Group 1 up next. So here we go then. Group 1 on the grid. Ready and raring to go. And again, this time, well, they should know where they're meant to be on the grid. And it looks like there's not too much chopping and changing being done. So just a wee straggler there in the back. But they're ready to go, waiting for that green flag to go up at the back. Bit of cloud cover here at Notts Corner. Making a few people nervous there. I was talking to a few teams over lunch. And they were just looking up. I think everyone was looking up at the sky. And we all know how Dundrod and Notts Corner direction, it has its own sort of climate. But fingers crossed, we'll get away with it. The green flag is raised. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, another great start for Luke Johnson. So Luke Johnson getting the whole shot in this one. Tips into that right, long right-hander. And then heading for the infield. Again, first lap, although the riders, a lot of them with their tyre warmers on, just waiting that couple of minutes on the grid is enough to cool the tyres right down. So down the dip then, oh, a move here. Luke Johnson's going to lose the lead, is he? No, he just about squeezes onto it. A whole gaggle of riders coming through there as they come back out towards the start and finish straight then. And across the line again, Luke Johnson just struggling to get away there, the number 42 machine. Although I think he's on the side of his bike, and the side of the bike is the number 1. Of course, he is number 1. But the 42 of Luke Johnson leading from Colin Moore. Colin Moore getting plenty of track time this weekend. He'll sleep tonight before he has to get up in the morning for work. Or he might have done the sensible thing and booked it off, unlike myself. But here we go then, Luke Johnson, a long drive up the hill. Round that right-hander again. And the rest of them coming through, but the leaders are up at the top half of the track. And you can see he's not getting away now. So Colin Moore, he's got the confidence from the last couple of races. And he wants to continue this winning streak. Oh, coming together there just at the top half of the track. But the leaders coming back down the start and finish now. And across the line, Colin Moore. Luke Johnson with the fastest lap at 103.5. Colin Moore at 103.5 as well. Nearly identical times. There's a sweep round this long right-hander. And fantastic racing further back there. See, I think that's maybe Yannick Simpson. Yannick Simpson currently up into 12th place now, making a move on Dale Gordon. Your leader's already heading down that dip, but there's Colin Murray looking to make a move. Colin Moore, apologies, making to make a move, but he's just dropping back a wee bit. He's being sensible about the whole thing. Jack Moore just dropping off then, but he's going to be caught by Craig by the looks of it. Kaya Craig in 4th place. James Harkness in 5th, 6th. Lee Hara. Lee Hara loves riding these wee bikes. And he doesn't hang about either. So we'll see Lee Hara next weekend at Cookstown 100. Oh, big sweeping right. That line there from Harkness. Harkness under serious pressure now from Lee Hara. Lee Hara. Oh, late on the brakes, Lee Hara up the inside of Harkness. What a late lunge that was. He came from Lisburn with that one. And he made it stick. So he took that. But they've lost the toe now. They've lost the toe with Kaya Craig, but Kaya, he's got his own race. He's chasing Jack Moore. So Jack Moore on a charge as well. As the rest of them, another battle further back in the field. But Lee Hara coming on the start and finish straight, still ahead. So still ahead of Hennessy. Harkness dropping back now to 7th place. So Harkness making a mistake somewhere. Hennessy is right on the tail end now of Lee Hara, but it's Luke Johnson still in the lead. He's going to be getting the last lap flag here. Number 75 away through there. That is Josh Ray down in the 16th now for Josh. Just before lunch break, he had a 12th place finish. It's a good result for Josh again, just blowing the cobwebs off. Trying to get back into fitness. He was saying that he was struggling to get squeezed into his leathers. But here we go then. Last lap time for Luke Johnson. He crosses the line round that right-hander. Look at that lovely livery on that machine. He's not hard to spot at all. Onto the grass. Not sure who that was. Possibly. See someone. It was maybe Hennessy. I think that was Hennessy that was on the grass there, just with Lee chasing down Lee Hara. A wee bit of pressure there on, but he never shut it off at all. He just kept it absolutely pinned. There's your leader going through the top corner. Luke Johnson for the last time. And around the horseshoe, but the battle's on further back. Lee Hara under serious pressure now from Hennessy. Well, Hennessy's got past him, but across the line then, Luke Johnson takes the win. Colin Moore in second. Who's going to get this one? Oh, it's Jack Moore over Kaya Craig, but Lee Hara gets the better of Hennessy for 5th place. Hennessy in 6th. 7th was Harkness. And again, look at this battle. Chin on the tank, trying to get everything out of them machines. So Yannick Simpson across the line in 10th, but Rand Glasgow, what a result there. Bailey Moore in 8th as well. Rand Glasgow 9th, 10th Yannick Simpson. Leon Neville in 11th. 12th was Corey McDonald. Another fantastic race. And they're not long going through these at all. So the Jim Farlow Memorial Junior Elite up next. So the Junior Elite machines lining up on the grid for the second time today. I think Zach Turkington Oh, and away they go. Another quick start. I think it caught someone off guard, stalled the machine on the line there, unfortunately. Zach Turkington and Michael Smith got a better start this time. So Smithy was able just to hold off Turkington this time round. Zach Turkington knows what way he's going to go in this race, so he's going to make sure that he doesn't get away as quickly. Oh, Zach Turkington just tipping in a wee bit too early that time, so he's going to lose. You can see he's lost the drive up the hill. But round this fast right-hander, look at Zach Turkington. Zach Turkington up the inside. Oh, Smith closes the door on him. Through that right-hander, back down the hill again. And through the horseshoe, coming back out onto the start and finish. So that move that Zach Turkington tried on Michael Smith that time round, unfortunately, has caused Turkington to lose a lot of time, and he's starting to drop back now. But he's going to have to pray for a mistake from Smith. Mark Kennedy in 4th place, or Derek Caulfield in 3rd. So Derek Caulfield, I think, in a more comfortable 3rd place now. Mark Kennedy 4th, 5th, Isaac Fennerty. So Caulfield just chipping away. Only has Kennedy to worry about, but the times, they are going to get faster and faster as the leaders round. I think Zach Turkington has maybe clawed a wee bit of time back there on Michael Smith. And there is Caulfield then in a very comfortable 3rd place indeed. The leaders are going across the line now. Michael Smith, Turkington. And Caulfield across the line. Kennedy, again, one of the newcomers this season. You can see that yellow bib that he's wearing. Just indicating, a wee bit messy that time there for Kennedy. Kennedy just starting to get the back end moving about on that machine. Turkington now, we can see them clawing up the hill, but I think Turkington is just starting to drop back off Smith. Smith still pushing hard. Posted the fastest lap on his last lap was a 107.4. Zach Turkington 107.7. Not an awful lot. It's a blink of an eye, but it's just enough to gain that wee bit of space. So Kennedy under pressure now. That looks like Isaac Fennerty. So Isaac Fennerty looking away around the outside of Kennedy, but he's not going to be able to make that stick. Not around the horseshoe anyway. Kennedy's got a wee bit more drive coming out onto the start and finish here. So this is the battle for 4th place. Isaac Fennerty looking away up the inside. Oh, Kennedy running a wee bit wide. So Fennerty's going to make a move then. Fennerty has to try and make a move pretty quickly on Kennedy. You can see Kennedy's back end of the machine. It's maybe running a wee bit too hard because it's starting to bounce about over them bumps when he's trying to get the drive on. But Isaac Fennerty, round the outside for Isaac Fennerty. Kennedy had to sit up. He nearly ran into the back of Fennerty. But Fennerty has it done. And with Kennedy running that wee bit wider, unfortunately, he's dropped back now. So the leaders, Michael Smith, heading on to the start and finish. And there is Kennedy. You can see the gap that Fennerty has over Kennedy already. The leader's down past us now. So a huge gap back for Isaac Turkington. Zach Turkington, apologies. I think he's just settling for that 2nd place on the Bossy racing machine. 107.7. 3rd place, Derek Caulfield across the line there. That was a His best at 1:11. But look, Michael Smith, fastest lap again for Smith, a 1:06.8 for Smith. So we're looking at Caulfield then. Look at Finnerty. So Finnerty's actually caught up with Caulfield. But the last lap flag will be going out this time round. And he'll struggle to make up that amount of time. So around that right-hander, we're coming on the start and finish then. Last lap time for Michael Smith and Zach Turkington. Michael Smith staying off them curbs. We just look, Isaac, that's Derek Caulfield, and look at Isaac Finnerty's coming. Finnerty is coming. This race isn't over yet. On the last lap, something might happen here. Oh, Finnerty so late on the brakes in through turn 1. We'll try and keep an eye on the leaders as well. Finnerty around the outside of Caulfield. What a move that was. Absolutely phenomenal. So after that awful start that Finnerty, we nearly forgot about him. And he just chipped away. He's got past Kennedy. He's now past Caulfield, up into 3rd place. And it felt so long for him to get off the line too. He couldn't get the bike started, stalled it on the line. And he just made life very difficult for himself. But the leader's coming on to the start and finish straight. And across the line, it's Michael Smith who takes the win. Zach Turkington settling for that 2nd place. But what a ride for this young man. Absolutely phenomenal. Isaac Finnerty down the front straight, across the line, stealing the last step of the podium from Derek Caulfield. And Mark Kennedy finishing in 5th place then. What a race. What a result for Finnerty. He'll be kicking himself for that start, but I'm sure he'll be over the moon to get that 3rd. So next up then, the Bam Bams. Love the Bam Bam class. And look how keen they are to get out here. So the Bam Bams will then be followed by the Senior Open as they make their way around to the holding area. So here we go then. Bam Bam's lining up. Of course, this weekend, these races are to commemorate the late, great Gene McDonald. Gene McDonald, great 250 rider. Rode the Rotax, the EMC 250. he would have been a good competitor for the likes of Brian Reid, a top runner in his day, who unfortunately lost his life. So the Bam Bam's out today, and the whole day really, to commemorate the legend himself. And you can see down there at the IMC caravan, his leathers, replica leathers hanging up. It's lovely to see them out on show. So here we go, the stars of the future, ready to go again. Watch the lights, and a quick start there. Keep a close eye on Harry Birch, but I think Mike Fennerty, the number 13 machine, we've already seen how phenomenal the Fennerty brothers are, the Fennerty family. I've seen them down there prepping the machines as well. And they are absolutely immaculate. So through the centre section, Birch still in that second place as they head up towards the hill. Again, the wee bikes wouldn't be under too much stress with these riders on them. More weight in a bag of sugar. Harry Birch in that second place, number 77 machine in the Bossy Racing. I think that's Luke Fay, the number 40 machine, just in behind the luminous colours as they make their way back through. So Fay on a charge this time round. So across the line, Mike Fennerty, Harry Birch and Luke Fay, identical times there from Birch and Fay, 1:18.7, 1:18.7. Harper Graham as well, 1:21.7. Away through there in fourth place. Fifth is Rihanna Graham. Sixth is Archie Eastwood. Seventh, up into seventh, ahead of Katie Clint, is Jagger Graham. Katie down into eighth. Ninth is Cruz Lennon. Ocean Donnelly across the line in 10th. 11, Jax Cunningham. And 12th is Pablo Culligan. Fantastic name, Pablo. Another newcomer going very well. Just running a wee bit wide there in through that bottom section. The top half of the track then. Keep an eye on the leaders through the horseshoe. And back out onto the start and finish goes Fennerty. The next machine's out then is the Senior Open class. So the Senior Open, there'll be some exciting racing there as well. Fennerty doing a great job getting away as quickly as he can. Harry Birch now starting to gap Luke Fay now. Luke Fay running a wee bit wide around this second right-hander here just down below us. That's Harper Graham and Rihanna Graham. And I'm sure Barry will be chewing his nails. I'm sure he's no nails left. But they're in through the centre section. Both together. And I dare say there'll be no love lost here between these pair. Oh, look at Rihanna just getting a nice drive there to up the hill. Around that right-hander. Again to this tricky, there's not going to be a move surely on the brakes. No, just sort of sits up again, thinks twice about it. Back down into this horseshoe then. Look how steady, look how perfect they're able to just hit that apex. And again, it's hard to explain how difficult this actually is, this track. Because it's real fast sweeping, and then each corner nearly tightens in on you as you're exiting. Mike Fennerty then across the line, a 1:13.0. was his best, and that was the fastest lap so far. Harry Birch a 1:16.5, Luke Fay a 1:16.7, so just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. That last lap it looked like Fay was going to make a move on Harry. I thought he was just tipping into the right-hander there, but these two still at it as they cross the line. Rihanna Graham and Harper Graham. A 1:20.1 for Rihanna. Harper a 1:21.0, so slightly off the pace there, Harper. Dropping back a wee bit. So they'll be getting the last lap flag here. Next time round, Finn Mike Venerty. Yellow flag up at the top half of the track there. Rider up and okay, which is always great to hear. So the last lap flag getting readied. For Mike Venerty as he rounds the horseshoe once again. So the Senior Open, the Athboy Carton Senior Open machines will be up next. The last lap flag there, just stepping out onto the track. Venerty across the line then. Let's see, that last lap was a 1:14.2 compared to his best, a 1:13.0. So he's doing exactly what he has to. Win the race at the slowest pace. And a huge gap back. Harry Birch still holding off Fay. So Luke Fay coming in the slower riders now. So this may change everything. Not at all, not for Harry. Harry rides right round the outside. Luke Fay has to go a wee bit further, just completely misses that inner apex. Again, double apex for this right-hander. But Luke still very racy indeed, really deep on the brake. Does he get it stopped? He does indeed. Look at the lean angle he's having to use to pull that machine back. All the Grahams then together. He's just seen them at the bottom of the shot there. Bit of pushing and shoving being done. See Harry Birch already in through the horseshoe. Or apologies, at the top of the track. And the leader, Venerty, coming out onto the start and finish. Such a strong rider. Mike Venerty, and it's showing today across the line, takes the win in the Bam Bam class. But second place, it looks like it's going to be Harry Birch. Burn any mistakes in the last corner. And it is indeed. We tip of the curb there on the outside. It's Harry Birch who takes second place for the Boss E Racing team. And Luke Fay settling for that third. But the battle for the Grahams, it's still on as they're rounding the horseshoe. I don't know who's who. They're absolutely identical here. But they're coming on to the start and finish straight. Oh, so close there. They're side by side coming across the line. Who's going to get it? Who's getting the most pocket money at the end of the day? It's Rihanna Graham. Takes fourth over Harper J. Graham. And Jagger Graham in sixth place. What a family result that is. So a fourth, fifth and sixth for the Grahams. Oh, look. Just looking at a replay there. I wish we could give you them. But again, baby steps with these streams and this equipment is very delicate. And I'm afraid to touch anything in case the whole thing goes to pot. But here we go. Great race there. From front to back in the Bam Bam class. So the Athboy Carton Senior Open machines are out on track. And Again, just lining up on the grid. So here we go then. Ready for the Senior Open. So the revs go up, they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Ruben Sherman Boyd out in his own already in this one. Oh, up the inside. That was Alfie Flynn. Oh, that was quickly repaid. So keep an eye on Noah Holmes in this one. Noah Holmes lost out in the last race. He doesn't want Ruben Sherman Boyd getting away with this one. And the pace that Noah Holmes was showing in the first race, he was well in contention of at least battling for the win. So we're breaking down in through the horseshoe. Ruben Sherman Boyd with a huge lead already as he comes back onto the start and finish straight. A two-stroke machine. Lovely sounding machine, lovely smelling machine. So across the line then, no home, but look at Christopher McCallion. Christopher McCallion is coming with him, the number 49 machine. Noah Holmes, I don't think he's going to get it all his own way. Look at Alfie Flynn, how hard he's pushing that machine to try and stay with them. Alfie, he can go really deep on the brakes. That lower machine, stiffer suspension. Not as much play in the front end, so he's got the advantage on the brakes, but the leader up at the top half of the track. Again, just driving nicely out of that right-hander. Foot off the peg there for McCallion. McCallion acting the Hallion out on track. But he's definitely pushing that wee machine to the limit to stay with Holmes. Next up then is the road race in Ireland junior gearbox machines as they come across the line again. Ruben Sherman Boyd, a 59.8 first lap. What a lap time there. He really wants to get away from the rest of them. Lovely style, lovely riding style there from Alfie Flynn. Oh, a wee bit wide on the exit there. He's lost a wee bit more time, but he can run super deep into this in section. So Alfie Flynn in that fourth place. Fifth is Mitchell McNeil. Again, coming off a pretty good Ulster Superbike weekend. So there's Noah Holmes. McCallion, he seems to be drifting back a wee bit now. But Alfie Flynn, he's on a mission. And he could end up catching McCallion at this rate. So Mark Malone is in 6th, 7th is Joe Holmes, 8th is Ocean McGurl, and 9th is Kenzie Kerr. Alfie Flynn, look how he can get tucked into that wee machine. and he was getting well tucked into that Moto3 machine over the weekend as well. 2 wins under his belt, and definitely will go far. So we'll be coming up the slower riders here very soon. I think that's Kenzie Kerr perhaps, currently in 9th. Noah Holmes definitely pulling away now from McCallion. McCallion might have made a mistake there that we missed. So I think McCallion, he's definitely going to be under pressure here very soon. Flynn is hunting him down, the number 144 machine. So 59.8 from Ruben Sherman Boyd. He's starting to pace himself now. See what he does when he crosses the line here. That was a 1 minute point 2. You can see by his body language, he's a wee bit more relaxed. And he's just hitting these apexes nicely. So Alfie Flynn right on McCallion now. Oh, Alfie up the inside. Does he make it stick? He does indeed, but McCallion's coming back at him in the infield, but Alfie Flynn around the outside. So Alfie Flynn up into 3rd place. He's going to take the last step of the podium, but again, anything can happen, and we've seen everything happening so far this weekend. And look at the gap that he's created already. So Ruben Sherman Boyd already coming on the start and finish. So with just a flicker of orange at the bottom of the screen there. Back on the start and finish straight. Last lap time then for Ruben Sherman Boyd. He's going to get another win under his belt. You have to remember these 2 strokes are very temperamental. Look at McCallion. So Alfie Flynn was looking like he pulled a bit of a gap there, but it looks like he's maintained it, and McCallion isn't letting him get away on this last lap. Noah Holmes in a safe 2nd place. He just has to keep that machine upright, keep it going. Alfie Flynn, don't know whether, I think he'll be safe enough if he just a wee look behind him. He'll know he's got that bit of a gap. He doesn't want to put too much pressure on himself. So the temperature has dropped here at Nuts Corner. And again, you just have to remember especially with these 2 strokes, they can be very temperamental. You have to check your gear and check your jets to make sure they're finishing, and one finisher will be happy with that one. Ruben Sherman Boyd, win number 2 as he crosses the line on the KTM. Noah Holmes made life a wee bit easier for himself this time. Another 2nd place there. Noah Holmes, who was feeling more like a bridesmaid this weekend, but he needs that thing off the line. Alfie Flynn in 3rd, and unfortunate there for Chris McCallion, finishing up in 4th place, cruising across the line. Further back then, across the line. Good result there for Mitchell McNeil. But the battle for 6th place then, as they come on to the start and finish. There's 3 of them at it. Oh, that was close across the line. So Mark Malone getting 6th, Joe Holmes in 7th, and 8th was Ocean McGurl, and Kenzie Kerr finishing in 9th. Junior gearbox machines up next then. It's the road race in Ireland. Junior gearbox. So, Road Racing Ireland, junior gearbox machines on the grid, ready to go. More or less, the green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. Oh! Massive moment there. Not sure who that was. I thought it was maybe Sunny Knight, but they're getting going. Sunny Knight up into that second place. It's a huge moment there. Just gave it too much, too soon. Oh, running. He was running through at the back of the machine. But no such problems here for Jake Todd. Fantastic. Oh, Sunny Knight running wide. Sunny Knight just lost that drive. And unfortunately, oh, but he's coming back, is he? Up the inside, no. He gets the nose cut off him. And he has to just sit back and take it. Again, he just lost that wee bit of time. The risk at the top end here. It's a fantastic place for overtaking, but if you don't get it, you lose so much time on the exit and you lose all your drive. So Callum Fay holds off Sunny Knight. Jake Todd, that time a 110.2 for Jake Todd across the line. Callum Fay a 114.2, Sunny Knight a 116.3. Huey Madden in the mix there as well in fourth place. Sunny Knight now starting to get disappear. Oh, Madden looking away up the inside. Cooper Cahoon pushing him hard. Oh, Cooper, a big wide line there, you can see, to try and get the drive up the hill. They changed the gearing over lunch. See if it makes the difference. He has to get tucked into the slipstream. They're not far away speed-wise. See the back end of Cooper's machine there just moving about from underneath him. He's a wee bit unsteady through that top corner. But again, he didn't try to make a move, so he's got the drive. And he's still with Madden there for that fourth place. Jake Todd already across the line. Sunny Knight now crossing the line then. In that safe second place. Look at Cooper. So Cooper getting the good drive out of that last corner. He's going to try and make a move around the outside, is he? Or is he going to line up? Turn 2 here, just down below us in the comedy box. Another wide line from Cooper. Oh, he had to set the bike up there. It's really unsteady looking the back end of that machine. Oh, he done the switcheroo. He cut back, right back on him. And he's now up into fourth place. So a great move there for Cooper. Further back then, Taylor Moore, Ayana Rose Lennon, just in behind. Giving it as many gears as they can find, and then wee gearboxes up the hill. So Lennon on the number 5 machine. Currently in 7th place. William Ahern just in behind in 8th, and 9th Casey Hogg Rogan. So I think Casey just retired out of this one. Your leader Jake Todd still pulling away at the front. Best lap time so far for Jake Todd, a 107.7. Callum Fay in that second even, 110.4, and Sunny Knight a 112.7. I think Sunny just going to settle for that third place. He's picking up the points. He's in a really safe third. Around the horseshoe leaders, you can hear the machines warming up. warming up in the background. That's the Sam Harrison Memorial Stock Vet race. So great run there. William Ahern in that 8th. Sonny Nape on a charge as well. Sonny Nape, that last time, his last lap, as the timing screen just jumps up and down here. Sonny Nape at 1:12.7, so that last lap was his fastest lap then. He's been running in around 1:13s, but he's just chipping away, getting the confidence back, and getting the feel of that machine again. Cooper Calhoun then, still holding on to that 4th place. Fastest lap, the last time round was a 1:13.4, was his personal best. So a good clear road ahead of him. And he's on a charge now. He nips into the top half of the track, the number 72 machine. And makes his way back down the hill. So we're on the last lap. The leaders are on their last lap. Jake Todd again, looking strong. Callum Fay, who were following that previous lap, and he's just looking so neat and tidy, so comfortable on that machine. And back up the hill, your leader at the top half of the track, and in round the horseshoe for the last time. So it looks like it's going to be Jake Todd who's going to be taking this one. See, there's plenty of battles further back as well. But out onto the start and finish straight, it's Jake Todd who takes the win from Callum Fay. Now, a wee bit of a wait for Callum, but what a result there. 2nd place finish, he'll do nicely. Oh, Cooper Calhoun just cutting up the slower riders there. He doesn't want to chance anything. He wants to make sure he gets that 4th place. Sonny Knight coming out of the horseshoe now on the start and finish. Now Callum Fay across the line in 2nd place. Sonny Knight finishes in 3rd, and a great result there and a great ride. Cooper Calhoun, after a huge crash yesterday at Bishop's Court, he finishes in 4th. He's getting his groove back. Fastest lap there for Cooper Calhoun, a 1:13.4. Sonny Knight a 1:12.4 in 3rd place. Callum Fay in 2nd with 1:10.4. And Jake Todd, your winner, the number 71 machine, with a 1:07.7 fastest lap. No catching Toddy this time round. The stock vets are out on track, and they're making their way around to their grid positions. Say stock vets would mean, we don't always mean that they're old, and I'm not saying anything about that. But they're definitely not, they don't belong in the smaller classes, and the racing is so tight here. Again, we were just talking about it this morning, the race from 6 years of age to 96. And these mini bikes, they're always sort of portrayed as a kid's thing to do, but absolutely not. Machines lining up on the grid. And they all know where they're meant to be now, which is fantastic for us. So the green flag is raised at the back of the grid, and away they go. And it looks like Chaz King, Colin Moore are at it again. Better start this time for Chaz as they make their way around through the infield. Oh, it looks like, is that Colin Moore, is it? Trying to make a squeeze up the inside and through the infield. So they head up the hill, up towards the top half of the track. So it looks like Moore in the lead of this one. King demoted to second quite quickly. I don't think Moore wanted him getting away with that through the horseshoe then. Back out onto the start and finish. They head down, back down towards us, turn one. Colin Moore in the lead from Chaz King. Colin Rooney in third. Fourth is Neil Johnson. Raymond McKnight in fifth. Sixth is Josh Ray. Great start there for Ray. Seventh is Mark Dagger. Eighth, Conor Graham. Ninth, Jason McConnell. 10th is Frank Davies. Brian McCaw in 11th. 12th, Paul McCann. Mark Kilpatrick in 13th. And 14th is Stephen Walsh. So Colin Moore starting to run away with this one. Chaz King just dropping off a wee bit. He might know himself. He's already having to settle for this second place. Although there's not that much of a gap now. He sort of closed it as they were going up that rise. And the rest of them sort of sit behind each other, behave themselves, or try their best to behave themselves. Back on to the start and finish then. Colin Moore across the line, a 105.4 that time. Chaz King a 105.7. So Chaz is still pushing, and the gap it's closed up ever so slightly there, especially on the brakes. So Chaz King seems to have the advantage on the brakes, but as we said earlier, there's not an awful lot of braking on this track. Neil Johnson in third. Colin Rooney demoted to fourth, so Johnson has got the better of Rooney on that last lap. And Josh Ray is on a charge as well. So Josh Ray up into fifth place. His next stop is Rooney as they head back up the leaders round that right-hander. Josh maybe thinking about making a move. He just settles himself. You can see how they tip into that camber at the top half. But the camber very quickly drops away on the exit. So the machines back down through start and finish. Colin Moore, very smooth indeed. Chaz King dropping off the pace now, but he has to watch himself because here comes Neil Johnson. This happened the last race. Look at Josh Ray as well. So Josh Ray looking racy here. Let's go through the middle half of the track. You can see just on the right hand side of the screen, that's Josh Ray on Colin Rooney. The leader's heading back up the hill again. Back round this tight right-hander. Will Josh Ray try and do something this time on the brakes? No, he's opted for the sensible option and just stays behind Rooney this time. Colin Moore at that last lap round, just across the line, a 104.7 faster again for Colin Moore. Chaz King slowing the pace. That was a 105.9 for Chaz King. Oh, but look at Ray. He's looking racy. He needs to get past Rooney as quickly as he can. He has to. Oh, big moment there for Josh Ray as the tail end of that machine spits out on him. He's starting to get frustrated now. He can't get the drive on as early as he wants to get past Rooney. And Rooney, again, just finding that perfect line just so that Ray has to stay behind him. Josh tries to tuck into the slipstream. And again, that braking marker at the top half of the track, he's not able to do anything about Rooney. But round the horseshoe, will he be able to get good drive out of the horseshoe onto the start and finish? And we might see something. Here we go. He's eyeing him up for turn 1. He needs that drive right down. We're on the last lap now, so he hasn't got an awful lot of time to do anything about Rooney. He has to do it quick. He needs to get them elbows out. Right, that right-hander. You can see he gains it just on the exit, just of each corner. He hits the apex perfectly, but then it's the drive. Look at Rooney already pulling away from Josh. Josh opting for the wide line this time round as he makes his way through that right-hander. Again, loads of camber here. Should be suited to Josh. He wants to get the drive up the hill, but he's just not able to do it. So the last lap, the leaders will be crossing the line here very soon, and a massive lead for Colin Moore. On the start and finish straight for the leaders. And he crosses the line. So Colin Moore takes the win. And Chaz King in second, Neil Johnson in third. But it's the battle then for fourth place out on the start and finish. But it's not enough. Colin Rooney takes fourth, Josh Ray fifth. So unlucky there. But a good race nonetheless. Frank Davies then finishes in sixth. Seventh is Mark Dagger. Raymond McKnight in eighth. Ninth is Brian McCaw. 10th is Jason McCallum. Paul McCain in 11th. 12th, Stephen Walsh. Paul McCann in 10th, apologies. Stephen Walsh 11th. Mark and Patrick will finish in 12th. And Connor Graham in 13th. Next up then, the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP. You can just hear them thundering their way out of pit lane, making their way to the grid for their race. So here we go then for the gearbox machines, or the Junior Mini GPs, should we say. Oh, a great start there for Ben Finnerty. William Graham's right with him this time. So that's the start that William Graham wanted. He just has to stay on the coattails of Fennerty. And if he's able to do that, he'll make life an awful lot easier for himself. But Fennerty already has 5-6 bike lengths on William Graham. So William Graham slotting into the Moto 3 scene next season. Oh, a big slide off there for one of the riders. A yellow flag in that section. The rider's just walking away from that one. So across the line then, Ben Fennerty. Leon Simpson. Second place. So it looked like it was William Graham maybe in that one. So it's been red flagged, unfortunately. He did get up, he did walk over to the side. So we'll just get him checked out. There's debris on the track up there. So they'll bring the riders back to the grid. And if we hear anything, we'll soon let you know with a wee update. But at the minute, it is red flag. And they'll hold them at the grid until further notice. So here we go then, that rider, the incident, just getting checked out by the paramedics, but everything looks okay. Here we go then. The machines, another great start there for Finnerty. So Finnerty, Louis Craig as well, so Louis Craig up into second place. Going very well there. He's under pressure. Looks like Simpson. It is Simpson. Going by the shape. Simpson was in the last time round. He'll be looking past Louis Craig as quickly as possible here. But I think it's too late to do anything about Ben Finnerty. He's already away. Oh, Simpson around the outside of Louis Craig. Up into second place then. Louis Craig third. Around the horseshoe. Finnerty miles ahead of everyone else already before they even complete the first lap. Across the line, Boyd Knight there as well in fourth place. He'll be looking to chase down Louis Craig next, but Leon Simpson up into second. Ben Finnerty a 104.0. Leon Simpson in second a 106.2. Louis Craig down into third now a 107.5. Fourth is Boyd Knight, a 107.7. Fifth was Hugh McDowell in a 111.3. Sixth, Charlie Forrester, a 111.1. Thomas Navin in seventh with a 120.2. Yeah, Louis Craig still holding on to that third place, but Boyd Knight looking really sharp as well. Hugh McDowell, Charlie Forrester. It's across the line. Oh, Finnerty. Just round that first right-hander there, looks so quick. And Louis Craig as well. So Louis Craig. Again, Boyd Knight, look at the ground that Boyd has made up. So Charlie Forrester still ahead of Hugh McDowell. So I think Forrester is maybe going to put the hammer down now and try and get away from McDowell. But McDowell's so late on the brakes. Up the hill then for Louis Craig. Boyd Knight right with him now. So Boyd Knight not even thinking about making a move around this right-hander. He maybe try and do something around the horseshoe. If he can have a nice wide sweeping line around here and get good drive out onto the start and finish straight, he might be able to do something. Out drag him to the first corner maybe. And he does get good drive. He's clawing Craig in. Just too far away to do anything about him here. So Simpson in that second place, away out in his own. And Ben Finnerty miles further out. Again, a 102.4 for Finnerty. Leon Simpson, a 103.8 was their best. On the last lap, Finnerty was 103.0 and Simpson was on 103.8, so they've sort of settled there where they are. But two riders here that haven't settled, Louis Craig and Boyd Knight. Oh, Boyd again, just starting to get a wee bit antsy as they go down into the horseshoe. Louis, look how hard Louis Craig's having to push. He's got that bike length right over, elbow on the deck. Trying to squeeze as much as he can out of this. And look at them getting tucked in behind the screens, getting as much out of them wee machines as they can. And Boyd using that slipstream as well. Slipstream is so important, especially at a track like this. Oh, Boyd, he's going to lose the drive then. And there's 2-3 bank lengths now. Louis Craig has advantage. Boyd's so deep on the brakes, in through the infield. Charlie Forrester still ahead of Hugh McDowell in that 5th and 6th. Boyd, getting the power on nice and early. Look at the power getting put down and the tyre squealing for grip as they come to the top half of the track. Boyd is definitely fishing for something here. He might do something on the last lap as the leader goes on to the start and finish straight. One last chance. Ben Fennerty, a 103.1 that time for Ben Fennerty, coming in the slower riders now. But Boyd Knight, definitely, he has to do something very, very soon. Around this long right-hander. Look at the apex, the two of them absolutely perfect there. They can't mess up on this last lap. So Ben Fennerty still in the lead from Leon Simpson in 2nd, Louis Craig 3rd, but only just from Boyd Knight in 4th place. Charlie Forrester 5th, holding off Hugh McDowell in 6th, but Hugh McDowell still going with Charlie at the minute. So up the hill to go. Again, this is where Boyd is wanting to make a move the last few laps. Squeeze, extra squeeze of the brakes there. Try not to T-bone each other on this last lap. I think Louis Craig might have this one in the bag if he gets this horseshoe just perfect. You can see a wide line there from the pair of them to get it tucked over the left-hand side for this last right-hander onto the start and finish straight. Across the line, Ben Fennerty takes the win from Simpson. Louis Craig was able to hold off. And he really enjoyed that race. Louis Craig takes the last step of the podium from Boyd Knight. So Charlie Forrester wasn't... look at McDowell. McDowell on the last lap. Thought maybe he was going to out-drag Forrester. But he had to settle for that 6th, Forrester in 5th. And Thomas Navin in 7th. So back round again, ladies and gentlemen, for the Stock 140 Group 2. This is the OHA Motorsport Stock 140. Make their way to the grid. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching. Don't forget, new podcast drop there on YouTube at 3 o'clock. So if you want to watch that, and we still have to get it on the podcast platforms, but it is on YouTube now. And once I get home, I'll get fired onto that, and we'll try and get it back on the Spotify and Apple Play and whatnot. But please hit that subscribe button. And the more subscribers, the more equipment we can get, and the more of the racing that we can bring to you live throughout the season, Irish MiniBikes and the Ulster Superbike Championship, including the Road Racing Championship. Cookstown next weekend, we're looking forward to that. We'll be streaming it live from the commentary box and hopefully have another couple of cameras throughout. And the weather's looking amazing too. So fingers crossed for good racing. Green flag goes at the back of this. Group 2, Stock 140, or go. Good start there. I think that was Wardy. And he had the line. Number 151. So David Wardy in the lead of this one. But look at the amount of bikes. It's just a freight train. Paul Coe with a good start there, but look at them in the centre section. David Wardy losing that position. He's down into second place now. Nearly dropping to third. And heading back up the hill as we watch them down that dip. You can just see how much compression it compresses the suspension. And in through the top corner, in through the horseshoe again. So the sun just trying to beat down on us here once again at Nuts Corner. The Gene McDonald Memorial Races this weekend. Great way to commemorate the legend, great man, 250 rider, AMC. And again, just down below us here, the IMC caravan. Have replica leathers. Gene McDonald leathers there. We'll have a wee nosy during lunch, and we'll have a wee chat with the family later on. But Raymond Glendinning then in the lead, this one, and pulling away nicely already. David Wardy holding on to that second place. Adam Gordon just in behind. So the leaders up the top half of the track once again. Big wide line there. That looked like Mark Dagger, number 319. So Dagger trying to find a way through on Gordon. Right on the start and finish straight once again. 4 laps to go then in this one. Glendinning, Wardy, Gordon and Dagger. Dagger looking really sharp. This group behind him as well might start the game. Paul Coe leading that group. Oh, well, he was leading the group. So Ryan Russell just rides round the outside of him like he wasn't even there. And he tries to replay the favour. The 3 of them going into the same corner at the same time isn't going to work. Another gaggle riders coming through here. Stephen Wells, Joe Logan, Robertson, Harris, Kelly and Graham. Number 87 machine all the way through there. They're having a good battle further back. Christian Robinson in that 20th position at the minute. The leaders coming through. Glendinning under a lot of pressure now. Back in through the infield. So David Wardy isn't letting them go. David Wardy getting the drive up the hill on Glendinning. Keep an eye on the leaders at the front. Here we go. It looks like Glendinning's under an awful lot of pressure now from Wardy. Wardy rides round the outside of Glendinning. But is he able to make it stick? It looks like he did. I think Glendinning maybe getting the better of him across the line as they head back down towards the start and finish. It's Glendinning still in the lead, but only just. David Wardy looking really sharp as they cross the line. Adam Gordon and Mark Dagger. Mark Dagger still looking through on Gordon. The battle continues further downfield. They go round the horseshoe. Battle there. Coming down onto the start and finish straight. As we have a look at Christian Robinson, Andy Hamilton and Adam Herr Hara, should I say. Adam Hara just at the back of that group. And that's the battle for 19th at the minute. Robertson getting the better of Andy Hamilton for 20th. Adam Hara 21st. To make our way through the infield. They're pretty well spread out now, the whole group. So again, the leaders are going to have to contend with the slower riders here pretty soon. But Glendinning definitely pulling away from David Wardy. So they're starting the gap now at the front. David Wardy tips into that right-hander. Glendinning just ahead of him. And Adam Gordon still not able to shake Mark Daggart for 4th place. On a move further down. And looks like Robertson under pressure now. Going into the horseshoe. And pushing hard, but there it is. Glendinning just about held off David Wardy for the win. Adam Gordon in 3rd place. Again, Mark Daggart trying his best to get past throughout that whole race, but just not able to do it. Samuel Craig finishing in 5th. 6th is Ryan Russell. 7th, Paul Coe. 8th, Kieran McAllister. 9th, Adam Cheshire. Samuel Colgan in 10th. 11th, Connor Murphy. 12th was David Baxter. Christopher Kerr in 13th. And then expecting Ryan Gordon just ahead of Mark Patrick for 14th. Oh, Mark Kirkpatrick getting the better. Stephen Walsh across the line, up into 14th place for Kirkpatrick, and Walsh in 15th. So the European Industrial Chillers Stock 140 Group 1. Lining up on the grid now. Again, looking pretty good here. Green flag being waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, way to go. Luke Johnson. Oh, squeezing his way through. Colin Moore looked like he was going to cut the nose off Johnson, but Johnson, no thank you. Big elbows, big knees. And pushed him out. So this is going to be another great battle here with these front runners. Down that dip then, look at Colin Moore. Colin Moore, oh, again, just trying to squeeze up the inside there, and it wasn't to be. Down in through the horseshoe for the leaders then. Oh, Colin looking really, really strong here. But again, he has to watch because he's losing the drive. He's losing that momentum. But he's still looking strong. Great battle further back there. Kay Craig, Jack Moore, and Harkness all in that group. Harkness just sandwiched in the middle between Lee Hara and Hennessy. With deja vu from the previous race. Now Lee Hara has to get past Harkness as quickly as he can, or they're losing the toe. Again, just struggling on getting the power down nice and early for Lee Hara. But he's a demon on the brakes, and he closes right back up to Harkness again as they drop down in through this tricky right-hander. Out in front then, Luke Johnson, still ahead of Colin Moore. Colin gets real good drive on the start and finish straight each and every time. Oh, a long look over the shoulder there for Jack Moore. Across the line, Colin Moore posting the fastest lap, a 102.860. So he's running slightly quicker than Luke Johnson out in front. And that's a good sign for Colin Moore. Not so good for Luke Johnson. But still, Jack Moore, who's in third place. It looks like Harkness has made his way up into fourth. Lee Hara coming with him as well. Down into the horseshoe then. Luke Johnson starting to bite the screen. He's starting to pull a bit of a gap now on Colin Moore. Again, Jack Moore looking behind him. That indicates that he's quite nervous. So Harkness can see this, and Harkness is going for the attack in through the infield, but he's... So Harkness is bringing Kay Craig with him. Oh, Craig on the brakes in through the infield. Be careful, that one nearly ran into the back of Harkness. Lee Hara dropping back in behind Hennessy as they make their way up the hill. So the leaders away through. It looks like Colin Moore has clawed Luke Johnson back in again ever so slightly. Johnson could be maintaining that gap. So through, back onto the start and finish straight then. Going well in that group. Just in behind Billy Moore, Ryan Glasgow, Corey McDonald, Yannick Simpson down to 11th place. Michael McAllister in 12th. Oh, so touch and go here in this race. The bikes are moving about a wee bit more than what they want them to be. But Glendinning Harkness out in front in this one, in this group, up into that third place. Your leaders are back round. Luke Johnson with a big wide sweeping line, and Colin Moore is definitely not getting away with this one. See how uniform they are through that right-hander. So Harkness, Jack Moore, Kay Craig, Hennessy, Lee Hara, all in this group coming down. So Harkness is going to be under pressure here very soon. Jack Moore looking to make a move. Oh, but look at Craig. Oh, Moore looking behind him, mid-corner. Craig is over your right-hand shoulder. And I don't think there's going to be an awful lot you can do about it. But they have to be careful if they start dicing with each other. Harkness is going to get away with this one, and he's going to get that last step of the podium. You can see a gap forming already as they start to climb the hill. The leaders are at the top of the hill. Look at Colin Moore. Colin Moore, cheeky wee move up the inside, but Luke Johnson repays the favour going into the horseshoe and pushes Colin Moore out wide. Third place battle continues then. Harkness with that wee bit of an advantage. They're starting to drop off. Hennessy, but across the line, Luke Johnson just gets Colin Moore and no more. Harkness for third and Jack Moore fourth. Kay Craig in fifth. That was a tight race there. Hennessy holding on to sixth over Lee Hara, but only just. Bailey Moore across the line in eighth. Ninth was Ryan Glasgow. 10th was Yannick Simpson. 11th, Corey McDonald. 12th is Lennon Neville. Michael McAllister 13th. Dylan Wardy 14th, 15th. Dale Gordon. Matty Brown 16th, 17th. Lewis Grove. Josh Ray 18th and 19th. Finn O'Neill. Next machines then, the Jim Farlow Memorial Junior Elite class. Michael Smith there again, looking for another win as he makes his way around his sighting lap. Looking forward to another epic battle. Isaac Finnerty is going to be looking to get a better start this time. He doesn't have all that work to do like he did in the second leg of races. Michael Smith just taking his time. He's going to make it to the grid, but the rest of them will be sitting there. Their tires will be getting cold. Great tactics there from Smith. So the Jim Farlow Memorial Junior Elite machines on the grid. Just moving themselves back a wee bit. The problem is these grids, they also have the slots for the carts, so slightly different from what they'll be using. So here we go then, green flag. Oh, the lights went out pretty quickly in that one. Zach Turkington, but Smith in the lead of this one. Zach Turkington in second. And it looks like Caulfield again in that. Oh, not for long by the looks of it. Through the centre. Oh, look at this, that left-hander. Caulfield determined this time. Has to keep Isaac Finnerty at bay. But the leaders, Smith and Zach Turkington, heading up the hill. Down that wee dip. And around that right-hander. Oh, Zach Turkington, I thought he was going to dive up the inside. I think Smith thought he was going to dive up the inside as well. He just gave him that wee bit of room. But Turkington was too far back. And look at the ground that Turkington's lost. We talked about this before. If you try and make a move at that top corner, you have to make sure you get it done, because you lose so much time, and it takes you probably more than a lap to make that time back. So Isaac Finnerty still on Caulfield. He's lining up a move here, up the inside. Finnerty, no, he had to put on the brakes because Caulfield pushed him nearly right out to the grass. He didn't know he was there. He was on the racing line, but Finnerty had to try something. So again, Finnerty going to try and get a nice drive up the hill. He's got the advantage with the torque of that machine. So Zach Turkington, the bossy rider, still in contention with this one. So he hasn't allowed Smith to get away too quickly. So if he can just keep that pace. Last lap, Smith a 109.6, Turkington a 110.0. Across the line now, both 107s, Michael Smith a 107.4, Zach Turkington 107.4. Absolutely nothing in it here. Oh, look at Isaac Finnerty fishing for a move up the inside. No, I'll go round the outside. How about that? What a move for Isaac Finnerty. Caulfield was going to try and repay the favour there, but he's just too far back. Finnerty even ran a wee bit wide there on that left-hander turn 3, but it didn't seem to make any difference to him. So it looks like Finnerty is disappearing with this one, his 3rd place. So in through the top corner. Zach Turkington still within a shout of this one. Look at the gap that Finnerty has made over Caulfield. Caulfield with an awful lot of work to do now. And Zach Turkington's work is not finished, because he has to try his best to get past this man. Michael Smith into the first corner then. Zach Turkington running a lot wider there on the accidental corner, but then he runs really, really tight in through this right-hander, and he's losing out on the drive. You can see where Smith has gained a wee bit on him. So Zach Turkington needs to think about having them wider lines. So in through this right-hander, using that camber. It's cambered that much, it's nearly like a berm that you would see at a motocross race. Zach Turkington thinking about making a move. Oh, so close there. Just unsettled. As soon as he hit the brakes, the bike just unsettled itself. So Isaac Finnerty still in that 3rd place, but he's got a good gap back to Dara Caulfield in 4th place, and Mark Kennedy in 5th. So across the line then, a yellow flag there being waved in the background. So Michael Smith, you can see he's nearly just, he looks so calm on a machine, so smooth. Zach Turkington, he's opting for them wide lines now. You can see he's starting to smooth up a wee bit. He's settled himself, and he knows he needs to claw back all that ground on Michael Smith as they turn into the top corner. And look at the lead. The 3rd place, Isaac Finnerty. The lead he has over Dara Caulfield now. So he's in a good, safe 3rd place there. He doesn't want to do anything silly. Last lap time then for the leaders. Out into this section of track that splits the original track and the paddock area. So the last lap, Zach looked and using a wee bit of curb there on the outside, but I think this is more or less done. If Smith, barring any mistakes, hold on a minute, maybe spoke too soon. Zach Turkington got good drive out of that centre field section, but it's getting up that hill. He's to nip into the slipstream then of Michael Smith. Heading down that dip. Is he close enough to try and make a move? He doesn't want to lose the ground. Big wide line there from Zach Turkington, getting the drive on down the hill. Oh, he's on the wrong side of Smith. Left-hander then. One last corner to try and do anything about Michael Smith this time round. Oh, he just cut the throttle going on the start and finish straight. He didn't hold her flat out, but look at the drive that he got still. But he had to settle for second place. Michael Smith takes a win from Zach Turkington. Isaac Finnerty in a good, safe third place, and Derek Caulfield finishing in fourth. Another great race from the junior elites. The Joe Bam Bam machine's up next. And that will be followed by the Athboy Carton Senior Open class. So here we go then. The Bam Bams settle themselves out on the grid. Just a few changes to be made. It's got very cold here now at Nuts Corner. But what a great start to the championship. And it bodes well for the rest of the championship too. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. And once again, a great start there from Mike Fennerty. Harry Birch in behind the number 77 machine. And Luke Fay chasing them down. Been a great weekend for Luke Fay as well. And I think that's maybe Harper J. Graham just in behind. So Harper getting a good start off the line, but it's Fennerty who's already disappearing with this one. Heads down that dip. And an early apex there for Fennerty. Interesting as he uses the curb on the way out as well. Definitely seems to be working for him. As the rest of the field make their way back down towards us then. Fennerty across the line. Again, staying off the curb this time. Harry Birch holding on to that second. Luke Fay in third. It was Harper J. Graham in fourth place. Rihanna Graham in fifth. Sixth is Archie Eastwood. Jagger Graham in seventh. Katie Clint in eighth. Ninth is Jax Cunningham. 10th is Cruz Lennon. 11th, Ocean Donnelly. And Pablo Culligan in 12th place at the minute. So through the top half of the track, still Mike Fennerty from Harry Birch. Harry Birch still getting chased down by Luke Fay. Cruz Lennon and Ocean Donnelly. Mike Fennerty already across the line. A 1:12.2 that time for Fennerty. Definitely in the groove this weekend. Just across the line there, Archie Eastwood and Jagger Graham. Jagger Graham chasing Eastwood down. Right, this long right-hander, Eastwood, just trying to gather himself, trying to keep some composure. He knows that Graham is right behind him. But the battle, Harry Birch still fending off Luke Fay. In through the top corner. Luke Fay in with a chance. This is going to be a good lap time, this lap round for Fay. His last lap was 1:15.5. Harry Birch was 1:16.3, so he's closed the gap back up again, coming on the start and finish straight, getting in that slipstream. Moving over to the right hand side. Is he going to make a move into turn one on the brakes? He thinks better of it, but he's definitely closed that gap back. Luke Fay's last lap at 1:15.9. Harry Birch at 1:16.0. So Fay, he wants this second place off Birch. The Boss E-Rider, under an awful lot of pressure now. A wider line for Fay. Luke just trying to manoeuvre the machine for this right-hander. Up the hill then, look at the drive that Luke Fay gets. Using a wee bit more of the track than Harry Birch. Down the dip and into this top corner then. Pablo Culligan heading down the hill, entering the horseshoe. Your leader, Mike Finnerty, across the line now. Slightly slower riders, just Harry Birch and Luke Fay not bothered. In through turn 1. You can see the machine. Luke Fay, he might be starting to get a wee bit frustrated now, and you can see how wide he's going here. Shake of the head for Luke. He knows exactly what he's done, which is a good thing. He knows where he messed up, and hopefully he'll not do it again. But he's already right back with Harry. So Harry Birch that last time 1:15.7. So that's his fastest lap so far. So they have upped the pace. Luke Fay moving over to the right hand side. Thinks better of it. He needs that toe up the hill as they nip in back into this right-hander. Oh, nearly a foot off the peg there for Harry Birch. Just adjusting himself. But Mike Finnerty, unstoppable this weekend. It's the last set of races as he crosses the line. 5 laps to go in this one. Next up is the Athboy Carton Senior Open class. Only a handful of races left to go. Oh, that was close there. Luke Fay has showed his wheel to Harry Birch. Will he put pressure on him now? Will Birch break under the pressure? And that left-hander Harry Birch. The back end of Birch's machine just moving about a wee bit. He's starting to push hard now. So Birch, the last lap was a 1:16.2. Luke Fay 1:16.2 compared to their best 1:15.5. Oh, Luke Fay around the outside. That's not going to work. Use a wee bit of the curb. Definitely close enough to make a move into this turn at the top half of the track. Oh, again with that wide line, just outbraking himself. They're side by side coming down the hill, going into the horseshoe. And the Grahams down there battling it out through the infield section. Birch and Fay back out onto the start and finish. Look at the drive that Fay gets. Is he going to be able to do anything through turn 1? Late on the brakes once again. Well, it's really going to come down to the last lap. 4 laps to go. 3.5 laps to go. As Mike Finnerty already climbing the hill. See Finnerty through the dip, round that right-hander, dominating this class this weekend, and it bodes well for his championship. But back to the battle for Harry Birch. This is for second place, remember. Harry Birch, the number 77 Bossy machine. Luke Fay on the number 40, the Luminous machine. Definitely easy to spot in a crowd. No such crowd in this race, as Harry Birch and Luke Fay way out on their own, having their own race. Harper J. Graham holding on to that 4th place, 5th. Brianna Graham 6th for Archie Eastwood. Jagger Graham still in that 7th place. Cruz Lennon up into 8th now. 9th, Katie Clint. 10th is Ocean Donnelly. 11th, Jack Cunningham. Pablo Culligan holding on to that 12th spot. So Luke Fay still struggling to get past Harry Birch here. They're just catching on to the tail end of Katie Clint. I remember teammates. So Katie round in the infield. Luke Fay, he's as close as he's ever been. Oh, missed a gear, did he? Looked like he missed a gear going up the hill. Something happened to the machine. And that's give Harry Birch a wee bit of breathing space now. So Harry Birch, he'll be praying for the slower riders just to hold. Or Luke Fay will be praying for Harry Birch to be held up with some of the slower riders, and I think it has been. So Luke Fay gets past no problem down the straight, looking over the left hand side. Stay back, he's saying, through this fast right hander, nearly flat out in one of these wee machines. And then just rolling off the throttle and back on it again. So Fennerty, the battle continues. Oh, again, Luke Fay getting really anxious here now. He tries to ride round the outside, but he hasn't got the proper line for the next corner. Again, slower riders. Oh, and they're three abreast there. Luke Fay up onto the curb, nearly onto the grass as they're climbing the hill. Long look over the right hand side. Harry Birch seems to have the legs on Luke as they nip into this next corner. We'll have a look. Harry Birch with the defensive line. Luke Fay looking for the drive then down into the horseshoe. Last lap then as Mike Fennerty just down below the comedy box here, down to 1:13.5 compared to his best of 1:12.2 for Fennerty, and he knows he has this wrapped up. He's just settling, he's maintaining that gap, he's controlling this race at the front. No such control for second place. Anything can happen here. Oh, look at Luke Fay, the lean angle he's using there through turn 1. But he runs wide through turn 2. He's getting frustrated. He's starting to make mistakes. Harry Birch just hitting them apexes. Absolutely perfect each time. But this is where Luke comes into his own through the infield. Look at the brakes. And again, trying that outside line. Not sure he's going to be able, it's going to work. Well, puff of smoke there from that machine. He's pushing it to its absolute limits and beyond here. Luke Fay trying everything to get past Harry Birch. So we'll look then. The leader exiting the horseshoe. And across the line for Mike Fennerty. So Mike Fennerty with another win under his belt, but who's going to take second place? There's not an awful lot of time, so they're side by side around this right-hander. Luke Fay has to close the door on Harry Birch. There's no time to be polite in this race. Across the line, they're side by side. It's Harry Birch that gets the win. Only just from Luke Fay. That was a close race. A couple of comings together throughout that. But second place goes to Harry Birch. We're just waiting then for fourth place. Across the line, that was Cruz Lennon. Cruz Lennon finishing in 8th place. So 4th place then, Harper J. Graham. Across the line, that was Pablo Culligan finishing in 12th. Harper J. Graham finishing 4th place. On the fight zone, still for that 5th. Across the line, and well held there, Rihanna Graham over Archie Eastwood for 5th, the number 8 machine. Jagger Graham then 7th, 8th Cruz Lennon, Ocean Donnelly 9th, 10th Katie Clint, 11th Jack Cunningham, and Pablo Culligan in 12th place. Another fantastic race there from the Bam Bams. Up next then, the Athboy Carton Senior Open. The senior open machines lining up for the last time today. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. And away they go. No surprising. Ruben Sherman Boyd with another phenomenal start. But look at Alfie Flynn this time. Noah Holmes just tucked in behind. So this is a good chance for Alfie Flynn to gather more points for the championship. There's Ruben Sherman Boyd, Alfie Flynn, Noah Holmes in third place. McCallion dropping down the pecking order there. But up the hill to go. Look at Ruben Sherman Boyd through. Oh, it's close there for fourth place as well. As they start to make the journey back towards us here, Ruben Sherman Boyd onto the start and finish straight. And he's going to disappear with this one once again. So no, Alfie Flynn across the line then, Noah Holmes third, McCallion in fourth, Mitchell McNeil. So McCallion has got the better of McNeil. McNeil's struggling the front end of that machine, just skipping about. Further back, Mark Malone, Ocean McGurl and Joe Holmes all together. So Mark Malone leading that threesome at the minute. So that right-hander, look at the style of Ocean McGurl. Nearly getting the knee down, or the elbow down, should I say. Never mind anything else. The corner speed that he has and the lean angle. Just look at the lean angle through this corner. Definitely one determined rider. So your leader through turn one. You can hear that lovely two-stroke machine, that KTM of Ruben Sherman Boyd. But look at Noah Holmes and Alfie Flynn. Alfie Flynn still ahead. Noah, oh, with the drive, trying to squeeze up the inside. Alfie Flynn closes the door. So Noah has to make it all back up on the brakes again. Big wide line there. So Noah can get the drive up the hill. See, he doesn't make an awful lot of leeway there. But he's really, really sharp on the brakes. Alfie Flynn. And Noah Holmes, we could probably say a seasoned rider now. He competed in the Ulster and Irish Superbike Championships. He's rode everything nearly, including, I think his last machine was a ZX10. The Superbike, oh, trying to squeeze up the inside of Alfie Flynn. Alfie doing very well to hold him at bay. Still pushing hard through the infield. Alfie running a wee bit wide that time, but it worked out perfectly for him. He was able to get that. It's just a wee bit of a squirt to the next right-hander before that fast drive up the hill, and it really is fast. But Noah Holmes, is he going to try and make a move up the inside? Oh, around the outside. Alfie Flynn with the feet off the pegs had no choice. He had to sit up, throw the anchor out, and Noah Holmes now up to second place. Once again, will this be another second place finish for Noah Holmes? Or is he going to, is Alfie Flynn going to come back at him? He's looking really sharp this time round. Alfie Flynn got very lucky there at the top corner. But they're pretty well spread out now. So that was Mitchell McNeil away through there. Christopher McCallion. In the battle further back, Mark Malone still ahead of Joe Holmes here. Oh, that was Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes away out wide. Well, Ocean McGurl leading this pack. Very cramped riding style there for Ocean McGurl. See, it doesn't look very comfortable at all. So we're on the last lap then, as the leaders make their way through the infield for the last time today. That's Reuben Sherman Boyd still in the lead, still very much in the lead of this one. But the battle continues for 6th place. Still Ocean McGurl, Mark Malone. Joe Holmes running wide there, but he's clawed it all back again, and he's right on the tailcoat of Mark Malone as they cross the line. Oh, and look at Alfie Flynn on Noah Holmes. So Alfie Flynn right on him, but coming on the start and finish straight. Reuben Sherman Boyd taking the checker flag and taking the win. Oh, Alfie Flynn up the inside of Noah Holmes, pushing him out wide. Coming on the start and finish straight. It's going to be Alfie Flynn across the line and stole that 2nd place from Noah Holmes. What a ride there. What a last lap for Alfie Flynn. That was unexpected. He was pushing hard on that last lap. He got the drive down to the horseshoe, and he knew exactly what he had to do. He had that lined up on the lap before. Mitchell McNeil then across the line in 4th. 5th was Christopher McCallion. Now the battle continues then for 6th place. Ocean McGurl still leading it, but only just over Mark Malone and Joe Holmes. Mark Malone trying to get good drive out the last corner, coming on the start and finish straight then. Getting tucked in behind that screen, but it's not enough. It's Ocean McGurl who takes 6th place, 7th for Mark Malone, and Joe Holmes in 8th. What a last lap that was. Absolutely unbelievable. Like we said earlier, anything can happen in these races. The junior gearbox machines then out next. This is the Road Racing Ireland Junior Gearbox. What a great meeting this has been. After this one, 2 more races to go then. We have the Junior Gearbox out, heading for the grid now, and that will be followed by the Sam Harrison Memorial Stock Vets and then the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP to finish the day. What a meeting this has been, and what a way to commemorate Gene McDonnell. The club does a fantastic job. They all work extremely hard, and what a show these riders have put on. As they're lining up. So the Junior Gearbox machines, the Road Racing Ireland Junior Gearbox, told to watch the lights. Oh, a wee bit of a messy start there further back. But Jake Todd going very well already. A huge lead, and that's what he's good at. He's good right out of the blocks. And he just has to keep this momentum throughout the whole season. So I think that's maybe Callum Fay there, perhaps. Oh, big squeeze there going up the hill. But your leader, Jake Todd, tipping into this right-hander. Oh, again, trying to repay the favour there, but the door firmly shut. And I don't think there was much could be done about that. So the leader already through on the start and finish then. So Jake Todd across the line. In through turn 1, Callum Fay. In second, Casey Hogg Rogan. Better start this time from Casey. In that third place. Fourth is Sonny Knight. Fifth, Cooper Cahoon, just in behind Sonny. Seventh. Sixth is Taylor Moore. Seventh, Ayana Rose Lennon. Eighth is William Ahern across the line. Ninth is Huey Madden. And 10th then across the line, Sophie Doherty. So a bit of a mistake there by the looks of it from Cooper Cahoon, just dropping down the order. He was in behind Sonny Knight. But unfortunately, just missed a gear or something happened in that machine. He's retired by the looks of it. So he's pulled over to the left-hand side here and he's retired from this one, unfortunately. So your leader, Jake Todd, number 71, just looks like he's cruising around here. We're going pretty well there too. Callum Fay. So Callum Fay looking very sharp. But I think Jake Todd, last lap a 107.9. Callum Fay, 110.8. Casey Hogg Rogan in third with 112.2. Sonny Knight fourth, a 113.4. Taylor Moore in fifth with a 117.9. Sixth is Anna Rose Lennon in 122.3. And Huey Madden in seventh, a 116.3. So a few mistakes being made in and around the circuit. No such mistakes being made by this guy. That's Jake Todd as he's going on to the start and finish then. Across the line, wringing the neck out of that wee machine. Number 71 machine. Again, just dominating this weekend. Looking really smooth, looking really sharp. Callum Fay in second, Casey Hogg Rogan. Casey Hogg Rogan looks like that was the fastest lap there for Casey Hogg Rogan. Personal best lap, should I say, a 112.1. Callum Fay's last lap was 113.5. So Casey Hogg Rogan is actually catching Callum Fay here. Still in with a shot of this second place, although there's only 2 and a bit laps to go at this race. It might be too much of an ask as they head up towards the top half of the circuit. And look at the gap, how much it's closed. So Casey Hogg Rogan is on the hunt now. It'll be interesting to see this lap time when they cross the line. But across the line is Jake Todd. 2 laps to go in this race. So smooth. A wee bit wide there that time for Jake Todd. So looking back at second place, Callum Fay. So Callum Fay's up the pace once again, a 110.1 from Callum Fay. Casey Hogg Rogan, a 111.7. So he knows he's had to up the pace ever so slightly to keep Casey Hogg Rogan at bay. Through the infield then. Keep an eye, Jake Todd coming down through the start and finish already. Round that right-hander. Todd keeping it absolutely flat out through there. Last lap then for the junior gearbox machines. Sam Harrison Memorial Stock Vets up next. So Callum Fay across the line then, looking safe in that second place now. Again, quicker again from Callum Fay, a 109.9. Jake Todd's last lap was a 108.4. So Callum Fay, again, if he had a toe with Jake Todd, he might have been up there, he might have been a wee bit closer. See Casey Hoggrogan still in that third, a one faster, slightly faster again there from Casey Hoggrogan at 111.6. But then we'll look down to the leader. Out onto the start and finish straight. Checkered flag ready. Jake Todd, another win for young Toddy as he crosses line, and this is Callum Fay. So Callum Fay looking safe in that second place. One more corner to go, and as neat as you like, as smooth as you like, across the line. And it was looking a wee bit touch and go there for a minute or two. Casey Hoggrogan started upping the pace, but Callum Fay answered to that. So Casey Hoggrogan across the line for third place. We're expecting Sonny Knipe. There he is. So Sonny Knipe across the line then for fourth. That was William Ahern in 8th place, just ahead of Taylor Moore, but Taylor Moore finishes 5th. Hughie Madden 6th, and Ayanna Rose Lennon in 7th place. Unfortunately, Cooper Cahoon retired from that one. Looked like gearbox issues, perhaps. So the next up then, the Sam Harrison Memorial Stock Vet machines are going out on track. So the stock vets lining up on the grid for their last race of this evening. That'll be followed by the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GPs, and then that's us for the day. A bit of a straggler there at the back. That's Josh Ray. He's struggling to get that machine going for the warm-up lap. It's probably the fastest lap he's done today. He'll not mind me saying that, but here we go. Watch the lights, and they're away. Into turn one, great start there. That's Colin Moore in the lead of this one. Charles King in behind this time round. Colin Moore with a better start. seems to have that nailed now. Chaz King, a mistake there from Chaz King, causing him just to drop back ever so slightly. Back up the hill again. Down into this tricky right-hander. Chaz King is taking a double take of that as they tip in and back out the other side then. So Colin Moore in the lead, and a fantastic lead he has, a comfortable lead. And what a good start there for after the shenanigans that was going on in the warm-up grid. Josh Ray up into 5th place now, the number 75 machine. So Colin Moore in the lead from Chaz King. Neil Johnson in 3rd, 4th. Keep an eye on Neil Johnson as well, because he can start to get things going here. Chaz King will be in threat of losing even a podium position there, because Frank Davies, he's done it before. Frank Davies in 4th place, 5th Josh Ray, 6th is Brian McGough, 7th is Raymond McKnight, 8th Jason McCalman, 9th is Paul McCann, Mark Kilpatrick up into 10th place now, and Stephen Walsh in 11th. So the leaders back onto the start and finish. It looks like Colin Moore has this one wrapped up, barring any mistakes. So he'll be praying in his helmet. And I don't think he's even looked behind him once. Back up at the top corner. That looked like Stephen Walsh perhaps. So Colin Moore in the lead, Chaz King 2nd, Neil Johnson still there, still pressurising King and Frank Davies. And we have Josh Ray in 5th, Brian McCaw and Raymond McKnight battling it out here as they climb the hill. Oh, McKnight looking to move up the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He is indeed. Oh, but he's ran wide. And McCaw repays the favour. McCaw back up to 6th place, the number 117 machine. As the leaders back on to start and finish then. 3 laps to go in this one. Oh, it looks like Neil Johnson is putting big pressure on Chaz King now. So Johnson maybe just dropping off the pace ever so slightly there. But McCaw and McKnight are still at it. McKnight desperate to get past as they climb the hill, and they're allowing Josh Ray to get away with this. Josh just tipping into the top right-hander. Oh, and again late on the brakes there for McKnight, but he's not able to get it stopped. Colin Moore across the line, Chaz King, Neil Johnson, Frank Davies. Oh, Johnson around the outside. He's finally made it stick. So Johnson around the outside of Chaz King and up into 2nd place, and a big wheelie coming out of the left-hander. Oh, look at Chaz King nearly running into the back of Neil Johnson. Neil Johnson with the defensive line there. He moves over that right-hand side again with a drive. Oh, up onto the curb. He's going to lose the drive up the hill. This is another chance for Chaz King to gain something back on Johnson. So your leader, Moore, out in front. He seems to be maintaining that gap just. Neil Johnson still holding on to that 2nd place. Chaz King has closed him back up again. So they're going to be showing the last lap flag this time round. Coming on the start and finish, and slower rider, that looks like Stephen Walsh then. They're going to be catching on track. But Colin Moore will get past before turn 2, will indeed. This might change everything in second place here. So Neil Johnson has to pick a spot, pick an apex on this last lap, and make sure he gets past Stephen Walsh nice and cleanly. And he seems to, but Chaz King's going to catch him mid-corner, is he? No! Dives up the inside. Further back then. So McKnight has got the better of McCaw for 6th place. So McGaw, now McKnight starting to pull away from McGaw. And creating that gap. But at the front end, Colin Moore coming on to the start and finish. And what a great finish it is. Across the line, takes the checkered flag. And I tell you what, Neil Johnson wasn't far behind. But Colin Moore posting the fastest lap on the last lap, a 104.6. Neil Johnson in second, a 105.1. Chaz King in third, a 105.8. Frank Davies fourth with a 106.4 that last lap. Josh Ray finishes fifth, a 107.3. Raymond McKnight upped his game on the last lap for 6th place, a 107.6. And Brian McCaw had to settle for that 7th place. Jason McCammon in 8th. 9th was Mark Patrick. Paul McCann 10th. And 11th, Stephen Walsh. So we've got that camera back up and going. And there's a retiree on this one. Last race of the day then, folks. The Junior Mini GPs out on track. So the Junior Mini GPs then. Looking forward to this one. Last race of the day. Flag marshal holding the green flag, giving the all go. Foot down there for, I think that was young Nape. I was talking to some of the riders over lunch and they were saying the grip levels are great here at Nuts Corner. So the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GPs line up on the grid. Last race of the day. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. And another start. Great start. Oh, a wee bit wide there on the exit for Ben Finnerty. Simpson looking away up the inside. But look at Knight. So Boyd Knight looking sharp at the start of this race in 3rd place. But Finnerty and Simpson. Simpson is exactly where he wants to be. He has to hold on to the back end of Finnerty if he's in with any sort of chance. So they climb the hill then. Oh, look at Simpson. Simpson, they're side by side going into the top corner. Finnerty runs a wee bit wide, gives him a wee bit of room. Back down into the horseshoe. Round this forever lasting left-hander. And lovely drive on the start and finish straight there for Fennerty. Look at Boyd Knipe as well. So Boyd Knipe looking like he's going to be under pressure here by Louis Craig. He is indeed. So Louis Craig looking away through on Boyd Knipe. To get the power on, you can see the wee wrists turning there just the exact same time, just twisting that throttle. But Louis Craig looking really, really racy here at Nuts Corner for his last race of the day. His dad, David Craig, as well. Really, really good goer. Especially, he was a hard man to catch on the superbike. So up at the top corner then, Boyd Knipe heading down towards the horseshoe. Louis lost a wee bit of drive there. Mid-corner. But he's just opened up that bit of a gap now for Boyd Knipe. A wee bit of breathing room, but it looks like it's going to close up here very soon. Ben Fennerty in the lead, this one from Leon Simpson. Boyd Knipe in third, Louis Craig fourth, fifth is Hugh McDowell. Charlie Forrester in sixth, Thomas Navin in seventh. Again, Boyd Knipe still holding off Louis Craig, but only just. Louis he's gained an extra wee bit of time, but just watch through this horseshoe section. He may make a mistake here, but he might have learned from his previous lap, and he has indeed. It looks like Louis Craig is coming right back onto Boyd Knipe, but look at Ben Fennerty. Ben Fennerty, poetry in motion. And so fast. Last lap was a 102.5. His fastest lap, a 102.0. So he knows what he has to do. He knows when he has to do it. The leader slides his way through the top corner. Back in through the horseshoe section then. We'll have a look then at Boyd Knipe. Just missed him there in that corner. But Boyd maintaining that gap over Louis Craig. Ben Fennerty then. 2 laps to go in this one. And the DM Groundworks Junior Mini GP machines still pushing hard. Leon Simpson there in second, Boyd Knipe third, fourth, Louis Craig still. See how the concentration and the stability there with Louis. Up there, Thomas Navin as well. So Thomas Navin, new machinery this season for Thomas. Race shift, just getting the hang of it, trying to get everything together. And we said it before, it's a long season. And there's not too much to be gained from today. Again, everything restarted, back to zero. Oh, look at this now. Forrester and McDowell. So McDowell, the better. Forrester looking away through. Last lap then. Ben Fennerty across the line. Look at Boyd Knipe. So Boyd Knipe doesn't have to worry too much now about Louis Craig. Forrester looking away through on McDowell as they cross the line. They get that last lap flag. Forrester needs to do something. Oh, they're nearly coming together there. Forrester up the inside. But he just had to make an adjustment there and he wasn't able to get it, so it's McDowell still ahead of Forrester. Heading through the infield, the leader around the horseshoe for the last time, coming on to the start and finish straight. And it's Ben Finnerty once again with another win. They have been well chuffed with that. Leon Simpson as well, another second place there for Simpson. And Boyd Knight was able to hold off Louis Craig in the last, but the battle of Forrester around the outside and heading back down towards the horseshoe. So Forrester with the advantage. Boyd Knight then was third, Louis Craig fourth. And the battle is on now for this fifth place. It's Charlie Forrester from McDowell. And look at the gap that he's created now. McDowell has nearly give up altogether. He sat up on the bike and he knows it was his race to lose. So Charlie Forrester taking fifth from Hugh McDowell and seventh Thomas Navin. What a race weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Bishop's Court yesterday, Nuts Corner today. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Please hit that subscribe button, and the more subscribers, the more help we can get, and the more we can bring you here at Commentary Corner. So thanks very much. Looking forward to the next round of the IMC Championship, but most importantly, we're looking forward to bringing so much more to you. And don't forget, Cookstown this weekend coming. We'll be streaming that live, so please hit that subscribe button and we'll get a link up during the week for you as well. Don't forget as well to tune in to our podcast. It's just up today. So Noah Holmes competing today, going very well. And Kia McGreevy. So we had a wee bit of crack there. So look forward to seeing you all again, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, all good. See you then. Good stuff.